Court calls case number 4, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Counsel, can I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state. Also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Picaro Jr.
Good morning, Mr. Garner. Good morning, Mr. Picaro.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake and Manta Dirks on behalf of Gerhardt Konig, who is present.
Good morning, Mr. Otake. Good morning, Mr. Dirks. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Konig. Good morning, Your Honor. Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. Happy Tuesday. The plan or the schedule is unchanged since we last left. So we're going to plan on being here for the better part of the day, as well as tomorrow. When I get a better idea, perhaps probably middle of tomorrow, I can give you an idea of perhaps how the rest of the trial is going to unfold. But at least for today, tomorrow, full days. We continue on with the presentation of evidence. If anybody needs another pen because it ran out of ink, or you need more notebooks, let us know. We'll get that to you. Mr. Garner, are you ready to continue the presentation of the state's case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
State's next witness.
The state calls Thomas Inuma.
Can you please stand? Please wait.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Please have a seat. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Garner.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, and as you testify today, can you speak into the microphone as much as possible?
Yes.
Can you please state your name?
My name is Thomas Inuma.
All right, and what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the Honolulu Police Department.
Okay. What's your rank at HPD?
I am a detective
And how long have you been with HPD in general?
for a little over 13 years.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Detective for about a little over 4.5 years. Or sorry, about 4 years.
And as a detective at HPD, is there any specific unit that you're part of?
Yes.
And what is that?
So I'm part of the Criminal Investigation Division, and within the Criminal Investigation Division, I'm under the Cybercrimes and the Digital Forensics Unit.
Okay. So are you also a digital forensics examiner at HPD?
Yes.
What was the training that you went through to become, or on-the-job training as a digital forensics examiner?
Okay, so most of our trainings is conducted at the National Computer Forensic Institute. It's located in Hoover, Alabama. It is taught by members of the U.S. Secret Service. They also bring in instructors, specialists within the field to teach the course. I have been there for over 14 times in person for a total of about 6 months of training. And then the courses depends by, it could be something as simple as how to collect digital forensics in a safe manner. It can also be involving how to do a cybercrime investigation, and it could be a little bit more advanced as far as mobile investigation or a digital forensic examination as a computer forensic examiner. And I have also taken additional courses with our local, state, and federal partners.
You said about 6 months of training over 14 different trips to Alabama?
Yes, and then I also took online courses with the NCFI as well.
And NCFI, again, is the National Computer Forensics Institute?
Yes.
Got it. Are you a member of any professional organizations related to digital computer forensics?
Yes.
Okay, and what organizations?
So I am part of the Hawaii Cyber Fraud Task Force. It is hosted by the U.S. Secret Service. I am also a member of the Island Digital Forensic Working Group, which is hosted by the Honolulu FBI office. I am also a task force officer for the U.S. Secret Service, and I am in the process of becoming FBI task force for state-related cases involving digital forensics.
Do you have any certifications in digital forensics?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any certifications in something called Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay, and what is Celebrate?
So Celebrate is a software we use to extract data from a cell phone device, and we can also use that to analyze the data extracted from a cell phone device.
Are you trained in a program called Gray Key?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe your training in Gray Key?
So Gray Key is a hardware and software-based equipment used to extract data from a cell phone. So the training I had was basically on-the-job training from my previous supervisor, and we also had instructors from Magnet coming in and teaching us how to use it.
You mentioned Magnet. Is that a company?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any certifications from Magnet?
Yes. It's a Magnet certified digital forensic examiner.
Okay. What is a Magnet certified digital forensic examiner?
So it's basically the software. So Magnet is the parent company. So the software, one of the software they have is called Axiom software, and that's a certification that I took and I completed and I passed the test.
So you're certified in Magnet Axiom software?
Yes.
Was that certification at the NCFI or was that local?
So that was the certification I took in NCFI. It was a 5-week course. It was taught. There was a 1-week period where it was taught by a Magnet certified instructor, and I completed the examination at NCFI.
Okay. So to be a Magnet certified forensic examiner, you were also trained by a representative from Magnet Software?
Yes.
Have you attended any... Right. Have you ever performed on the job any cell phone extractions?
Yes.
Approximately how many cell phone examinations have you performed?
Over 600 cell phones.
Have you ever provided, or have you ever done any computer extractions or examinations?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many?
For computers, I would say about 40 to 50, somewhere between.
Have you ever been qualified to provide opinion testimony in a court in Hawaii?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
5 times.
At this point, the state requests that pursuant to HR Rule 702, Detective Inuma be qualified to provide opinion testimony in the field of digital forensics.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Otake, any?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Then subject to the record that we made appear at the bench, Detective Inuma will be allowed, ladies and gentlemen, to provide opinion testimony to you in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Okay. Detective Inuma, were you assigned to complete digital forensic examinations for evidence items, in this case, under HPD Report 25-110958?
Yes.
Which items were you assigned to complete examinations of?
So there was 3 items. It was item number 42.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we approach again? Just, I apologize. One.
Jump back just a second, Detective Inuma.
Okay.
What items were you assigned to complete examinations of in this case?
What item?
What evidence items?
What evidence item? So it was evidence item number 42, which was an iPhone.
Okay.
Evidence item number 43, which was a SIM card. And evidence item number 48, which was a laptop.
Okay. Detective Inuma, we're going to start and go through those 3 items in order. So let's start with the cell phone, item number 42. What kind of cell phone was it?
It was an Apple iPhone.
And, okay. Did you use a program to try and examine item number 42, the Apple iPhone?
Yes.
What program did you use?
It was one called Gray Key.
When you received it, I'm sorry, and then did you receive the iPhone from the evidence room or from the detective?
For this one, the item number 42 and 43, I received it from Detective Tracy Spacek.
Spacek?
Sorry.
Okay. When you received it, was the iPhone turned on or turned off?
It was turned off.
And I'm sorry, you said the program used was Gray Key, is that correct?
Yes, Gray Key.
Were you able to access all of the data on the iPhone using Gray Key?
No,
Why not?
because the phone was off, and when the phone is off, we call it that the phone is in a state of BFU, which is before first unlock. When the phone is in a BFU state, that means that the data within the phone is all encrypted, so we can't pull all the data out. When the person enters...
Sorry, I'm going to stop you there. So were you able to access any data from the iPhone?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of data were you able to access?
I was able to get the make, the model, the name, the Apple or the email address that is associated to the phone. Also got the telephone number and then the software. And then the IMEI, the serial number.
Okay. With that limited information that you had, were you able to determine who the owner of the iPhone was?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Gerhardt Konig.
Were you able to find any associated email accounts with that iPhone, which was item number 42?
Yes.
Okay. Which email accounts?
So there were 6 email addresses that was associated with that phone. There was 2 particular that I know offhand. The first one is Konig, so it's spelled GKONIG @gmx.com. And then the second one that was associated with that phone was G Konig, same spelling, @proinbox.com.
Okay. Were you able to access things like call history, message history, photos, internet searches?
No.
And once you got to that point where you couldn't access anything else, did you continue examining the iPhone?
Not the iPhone itself.
All right, Detective Inuma, let's move on to item number 43. And that was a SIM card you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay, first off, what is a SIM card?
So a SIM card is basically stands for subscriber identity module. So it's the chip that's inserted inside the cell phone, which will allow you to connect to the mobile network, such as T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon.
And how does a SIM card work in an iPhone like the one that you examined?
So this one was an iPhone 13 Pro. So iPhone 13 Pro is the last model from Apple that has a physical SIM card slot. Anything newer from iPhone 14 and newer doesn't have a SIM card slot. It's all electronic SIM card. So for this one in particular, it was an iPhone 13 Pro. So there's a SIM card slot, and there's an ejection port within the phone.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen next to you, Detective Inuma, State's Exhibit number 85, which is already into evidence. Okay. Could you take that wooden pointer that's against the back wall behind you, and could you point out to us what the 2 items in this photograph are?
Yes. So this item over here on the left, this is the SIM card slot. And then the one on the right is the actual SIM card. So the SIM card is inserted onto this SIM card tray, which is then placed inside the phone.
Okay. And now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 84, already in evidence. And I'm going to zoom into the center portion of this photograph. Okay, Detective Inuma, what are we looking at this part of the photograph?
So this is the part I was mentioning about. So this is where where you would insert the SIM card tray in here. And if you look at this photo right over here, you can see that the SIM card tray is not inside the phone.
How do you remove the SIM card tray?
So we have this tool, which is basically the SIM card removal tool. And it's about 1/2 inch long, and then the tip is very small, it's the size of like a pinhole. And we insert it inside this hole right over here. You have to apply some force to it, and then the SIM card slot will eject.
Are there any household items that can be used along with that official SIM card tool that you mentioned?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
Detective Newman, I'm going to put the photo back up on the screen. And we're still zoomed in, and this is still State's Exhibit 84. All right, Detective Newman, are there any household items that can be used along with the official SIM card removal tool to open that SIM card slot?
You mean like official, or just whatever you can find inside your house?
I'm
Could
asking
be-
about household items here.
Oh, household items.
Objection, not foundation, Your Honor. It's not.
If you can rephrase the question.
Okay, Detective Newman, you already told us about the official SIM card tool, right?
Yes,
And you described it for us, right?
yes.
Okay, are there any other items that can be used to do the same job that are not the official tool?
Yes.
Okay. And what items are you aware of that can be used to open the SIM card slot?
Okay.
Same objection, lacks foundation.
Okay, you can testify.
Okay. You can use a small paper clip. It's enough to fit into the port, ejection port. You can also use the back of an earring, and you can use like a push pin. It's recommended that it's something metal based, not plastic or wood, because it's going to break. And you cannot use pen or pencil because it's not going to fit in the port.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective. Okay. For the examination of the actual SIM card labeled as item number 43 in this case, were you able to extract any data from the SIM card?
Yes.
Okay. What type of data were you able to extract from the SIM card?
I was only able to extract the phone number that was associated with this SIM card.
Okay. So were you able to extract call logs, contact lists, any other type of data from the SIM card other than the phone number that was on the SIM card?
No, just the phone number.
Okay, Detective, we're going to go to the third item that you examined. The laptop. When did you begin your forensic examination of the laptop?
For
Item
the-
number 48.
For the laptop, it was on May 29, 2025.
Okay. That's when you began?
Yes, that's when I checked it out of the evidence room.
And was that laptop examined pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And you mentioned this already, but I'll ask you to clarify. Where did you retrieve the laptop from?
It was at the evidence room located at the Honolulu Police Department, the main evidence room.
And after you retrieved the laptop from the evidence room, during the time that you were conducting your examination, was the laptop kept in a secure area?
Yes.
What area?
It was located in our digital forensic lab.
And then can you describe in general, and I'm going to approach now with what's been marked as States Exhibits 241 and 240, showing to defense counsel.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Inuma, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 240 and 241. Could you take a look at those, and when you're done, look up?
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what are these?
So these are photos that I took of the laptop during my my processing.
Okay, and this is the laptop, item number 48, under this case?
Yes.
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the laptop as you observed it during your examination in this case?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves 240 and 241 into evidence.
Mr. Otake,
No objection, Your Honor.
what is remarked for identification as States Exhibits 240 and 241 is received as evidence?
Okay. I'm going to put each one up on the screen, Detective. I'm putting up 240 onto the screen. Okay. And very briefly, could you just tell us what we're looking at?
So this is the a photo that I took of the computer, evidence item number 48. So I already opened the package that it was sealed with. I opened up the laptop and I took a picture. So this is how it looks like when the laptop is open. It was a silver Lenovo Yoga model laptop.
Okay. And you mentioned that it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. What was it sealed in?
It was sealed in a brown paper bag, and it had a evidence tape. Looked like it was from a Maui PD.
Okay. All right, I'm going to publish now States Exhibit 241. Detective Inuma, what are we looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, so this is the inside of the laptop. So for me to start my examination process, what I did was I opened up the laptop and I have to remove we call it the solid state drive, but it's actually, common term is a hard drive, which stored the data from the laptop.
Could you show us where the solid state drive is on this photograph?
Yes. Right over here.
Okay. Looks like you are referencing the right side of the photograph. I'll zoom in on that side. Is this the solid state drive?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take the exhibit down. All right, can you describe for us how you conducted the examination of the laptop?
How I conducted. Okay, so once I removed the solid state drive from the laptop, I used a equipment called the Tabloid TX1. That is basically an imager that was issued to us by the U.S. Secret Service. So it's a built-in write blocker, meaning that there's no data that's going to be written onto the evidence hard drive. And from there, I would make an image of the hard drive and then place it onto a working copy. For images, image means in the terms of digital forensic, image means making an exact copy. So it's a bit by bit. So, for example, if you have a piece of paper with writing on it, you go to a Xerox machine, you make a copy, you get the same copy. So that's basically what the process I did to extract the data from the laptop.
And you mentioned the TX1 program to do the imaging?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trained in the TX1 program?
Yes.
Were you acting in accordance with your training on the TX1 program when you imaged item number 48, the laptop in this case?
Yes.
And once you image or make a copy of the contents of the hard drive, Sorry, scratch that. I'm going to start the question again. Did you make an image of the entire contents of the hard drive?
Yes.
Okay. So once you make the copy or the image of the entire contents of the hard drive, what did you do with it?
So after I made a copy of it, so it provided me with the hash, and then I look at the data on the screen, and it said it was a successful transfer of data. And I verified the hash. Hash is a mathematical algorithm. It's made up of both numbers and characters to show that the data wasn't changed. So if it was changed, it was tampered with, then I'll know that something is wrong with this extraction.
And did the hash value of the image match what you were looking to compare it with?
Yes.
Okay, and once you saw that the hash values matched, what did that tell you?
That it was a true copy.
Okay, so now you have the hashed copy of the image from the hard drive. What's the next step in your examination?
So the next step is I put it into my forensic computer.
Okay.
And that's where I use a software called Axiom. And Axiom is a software used to analyze data such as computer, hard drive, SD card. You can also do it for cell phones too.
And this is the Axiom. Is this from the magnet company you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
And are you certified in the Axiom software?
Yes.
Were there any limitations to the data that you were accessing?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any time limitations?
Yes.
What were the time limitations that you were using?
So based on the search warrant, the time limitation was from December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025.
Okay. Were there any content limitations to what you were accessing?
Yes.
Excuse me. And do you recall all of those content limitations? How does the content limitations work?
So there were a total of 32 key terms that was listed in the search warrant. So I have to abide by the law to only search for key terms within the search warrant. I can't go outside the scope of the search warrant.
Okay. And then how do you use the magnet software to limit the data to those time constraints and the content limitations that you just described?
Okay, so for the Axiom software, I'm the only one that has the full copy, the full access. So as soon as the Axiom software is loaded onto my computer, first thing I did was I filtered it through the date range. So on one of the toolbars, you can actually input the date. So I inputted December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025. And I pressed OK, and it basically filtered only to those dates. And I can't see anything outside of those dates.
And then how do you filter through the content limitations?
Okay, so as far as the content, so I had the search warrant next to me. So I would type in, I'll use the filter feature as well. I would type in each of the keywords that was listed on the search warrant. So those 32 keywords that was listed. Each one, I would flag it with a different color code. So I know that the reason why I flagged it is because it meant certain keywords.
All right, when you examine the laptop, how many user profiles were on the laptop?
There were a total of 3 user profiles.
Of those 3 user profiles, how many of them were active?
There were only 1 active user account.
Okay, so those other 2 profiles?
It was disabled.
Disabled, okay. What was the username for the single active account on that laptop?
So the username was Konig, so it's Gkoni.
Okay. Based on your examination of the laptop, was there a full name listed for that user, G. Konig?
Yes.
What was the full name listed for that user?
The full name listed was Gerhardt Konig.
Were there any email addresses attached to the username based on your examination of the data on the laptop?
Yes.
What email address?
It was Konig, so Gkonig @gmx.com.
Was that email, gkonig@gmx.com, connected to any other device you examined in this case?
Yes.
What other device was that email connected to?
It was connected to evidence item number 42, which was the iPhone 13 Pro.
Were you able to determine what time zone the laptop was set to run on?
Yes.
And what time zone was that?
It was a Hawaii Standard Time.
Okay. Overall, did you find data relevant to this case on the laptop?
Yes.
Before we get to that, I'm going to ask you for a couple definitions. In digital forensics, do you use the term artifact?
Yes.
What does the term artifact mean in digital forensics?
Okay. So artifact means it's data that is stored on a digital device that is created by the user or the system itself. So for example, if you type something on the internet, for example, like Google, on the search bar, if you put in a search term, without your knowledge, it's going to be recorded on the hard drive of the system. And it's going to be in the database where afterwards, using the forensic software, we can see what was entered.
And okay. Which operating system was the laptop using?
It was using Windows 10 Home.
Are you familiar with the Windows 10 Home operating system?
Yes.
Does the Windows 10 Home operating system retain records of user computer activity?
Yes.
And are those records, is each record an individual artifact?
Yes.
And how does the Axiom magnet software display artifacts?
Okay, so from the software, so it's an interface where you can see it's user-friendly. So it basically translates, the computer data. Computer data is presented by, we call it binary, right, 0 and 1. But it makes it, it translates all those coding into user-friendly so we can read it. Any investigators can read it.
Does the Axiom magnet software add any data?
No.
So it's just visualizing the data that's already contained on that image of the hard drive?
Yes.
For each artifact that you find on the hard drive, is it possible to go back to the original drive and verify that information?
Yes.
And could you tell us how somebody would do that?
So in this case, if I have the password for the computer.
Sorry, scratch that and I'll actually strike that answer.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that, Detective. Bad question. Okay. And when you look at an artifact on the laptop, is the artifact a statement of a person, or is it automatically generated data from the computer?
It could be both.
Okay, so it depends on the artifact.
Depends on the artifact.
Okay. Okay, we're going to start going through the artifacts now, Detective. So I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105, already shown to defense. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Inouye, could you take a look through the exhibit that I just handed you, which is again State's Exhibit 105? Okay, have you reviewed the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, what is this exhibit?
So this exhibits contain artifacts of searches on Reddit.
Okay.
Can I explain what Reddit is?
Could you explain what Reddit is?
Okay.
Yes.
So Reddit is an online social media platform that allows people to share content. You can ask advice, you can give advice, and you can pretty much have any kind of discussion on any topics you want. To view Reddit, you don't need an active account. However, if you want to post comment or respond back, then you're going to have an active account, which is free. And within the Reddit ecosystem, they call it the subreddit. So subreddit is, in simple terms, like a community who are passionate about certain items. So I'll give you an example. One could be like, if you like Hawaiian foods, right? So it's going to be displayed as lowercase r with the backslash. You might have like Hawaiian food, right? So people in the community who loves Hawaiian food will talk about, Hawaiian food, lau lau, lomi salmon, all that good stuff. You're not going to have people commenting about where can I buy a new car, or they're going to have another subreddit for new cars or used cars purchases.
Okay. Have you reviewed the artifacts contained in this exhibit on the Axiom software yourself?
Yes.
Are these artifacts that you viewed in Exhibit 105, are the artifacts in this exhibit computer generated or person generated?
These were computer generated.
And
Well, objection, that's foundation.
Overruled.
okay. And how were these artifacts computer generated?
So these were searches.
Same objection, it's just to do with Reddit. He's not an expert in Reddit.
Overruled. You can answer.
Okay, so these were searches made from Google, on Reddit, but the artifacts was from Google Chrome web history.
Okay. And are the papers that you viewed in States Exhibit 105 true and accurate copies? I'm sorry, back up just a little bit. Which was the user on the laptop that these artifacts came from?
So for all of these artifacts, right, they all came from the user's name, G. Konig.
And what was the full name for user G. Konig again?
It was Gerhardt Konig.
And you mentioned that this was Google Chrome. Can you explain how these artifacts ended up with Google Chrome?
Yes, so Google Chrome is a internet service provider. So it's very similar to Microsoft Edge or Apple Safari. So when you type in, if you're using online activity on Google Chrome, right, all those data will be stored onto the computer.
Okay. And are these printouts that you've reviewed for Exhibit 105 true and accurate copies of the data from the user G. Konig's internet history as related to Reddit.com?
Except for the highlighted portion, but the highlighted is the search term used within the Axiom software. It helps us investigator to locate key terms quickly. But other than that, it's a true and accurate copy.
Okay, so does the highlight mean, and what is the word highlighted in this exhibit?
So highlight means, in the Axiom software in the top right corner, it's like a global search, right? So if you're looking for any keywords or just any words in general, you just type it on there and it's going to find the word that you actually inputted onto the software, and it's going to look for any key hits.
Okay.
It doesn't have to include only search warrant items that was listed in the 32 items. It can be any items because I already filtered the search warrant, we call it the image. So everything within the program is, we call a lawful search.
Okay. What word is highlighted in this exhibit?
The highlighted word is Reddit.
Okay. And does the highlight mean that word is any more or less important than any other word?
No.
Okay. It just means it's highlighted?
Yes.
And you said that other than the highlight, this is true and accurate copies of the data that you pulled from this laptop. Is that true?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves Exhibit 105 into evidence.
Can I just approach briefly, Your Honor?
Sure. State's Exhibit 105 is received into evidence.
Okay. And permission to publish?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 105, Detective. And it's on the screen now. As we start through your testimony today, I'm going to ask you to explain a lot of the information on this screen. So, first of all, in that very top line that says URL, can you explain first what a URL is?
Yes, URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. So that is like the address book for the internet. So, if you use an internet service provider such as Google Chrome, right, in the top portion of the search box, right, the URL box, you can either type in what you're looking for, or you can put the exact address for a website, and it's going to take you to the direct website.
Okay, so what is the URL that is related to this artifact?
So this one, the URL was sent to the page of Reddit.
Okay. And can you explain the second line that says last visited date and time?
So the last visited date and time is basically when the user of this device visited this Reddit page.
Okay, and what was the time that the user G. Konig visited this Reddit page?
It was on December 24, 2024 at 4:34 a.m.
And going to the next line, what was the title of that Reddit page?
So the title was Lying Again, under the subreddit, so the community of As One After Infidelity.
Okay. Scrolling down a couple lines, when it says artifact type, can you explain what that means?
This basically means where the data was recovered. So in this case, it was recovered under the Google Chrome web history.
Okay. And last thing I'm going to ask for this page 1 is under the evidence information section, there's a long string that says source. Can you explain what that long string of words with backslashes means? Forward slashes?
Yes, so that's basically the file path to locate that file or that data. So I like to put it this way. So it's like a street address for a file. So if I'm trying to explain, I'll give an example, where I work, I'll be the main, the folder, right? It'll be Detective Inuma, and then my workplace is going to be 801 South Baratena Street. So when I give somebody the instruction, each instruction that I provide will be like a subfolder. So if you're coming from the west side, I'll give the direction of you drive H1 east, you take the canal off. That's one instruction, which is a subfolder. Then you turn right on Ward Avenue, which is the second subfolder. Then you turn right on Baratena Street, which is the third subfolder. And when you reach to the 801 South Baratena, it's going to be on the left-hand side. So that's going to be the destination, the file. I know in Hawaii we don't use street names. We use landmarks like past the coconut tree. It's on the pink house, turn right, and then my house is going to be on with the red car, right? But that's the same principle. So if you give anybody that instruction, it allows you to locate that item or that file quickly and efficient as possible.
Okay. So if you follow this instructions in this source, what do you find?
So if you look at the source, I'll use the pointer.
And I'll actually zoom in on that one area of the photograph as well.
Okay. So right here, if you look at this is the 927 gigabyte. Just to give you context, that's how much data was recovered from the overall extraction. It was a 1 terabyte drive. The user is basically the user of this laptop. So it was assigned to a user named G. Konig. And it as you follow it down, that's the path it used to locate this data, which is under the Google Chrome, the user data, the default, and the history.
Got it. Okay, thank you for explaining. Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to go on to page 2 of State's Exhibit 105. Okay, we're now looking at page 2 of State's 105. Can you explain what the last, and before we get any further, just to clarify, you already mentioned this maybe, all of the artifacts in this exhibit are the same type of artifact?
Yes, it's all from the Google Chrome web history.
Okay, so when was the last visited date and time for page 2?
For this one particular,
Yes.
the last visit time was December 24, 2024 at 4:37 a.m.
And what was the title of the page that was visited at that time?
So the title is called It's Over under the subreddit as one after infidelity.
And which was the user accessing this, or which user on the laptop was accessing this?
So if you look on the source, it tells you the user name was G. Konig.
All right, we're going to go to page 3 and we'll publish. Again, what time was the last visited date and time?
The last visit date and time was December 24, 2024 at 4:55 a.m.
Okay. All right. Publishing page 4. Could you tell us the last visited date and time of this artifact?
Yes, so the last visit date and time is December 24, 2024 at 4:57 a.m.
Okay. And could you tell us, if you know, there's no title on this artifact, is there?
There's no title that is actually written on this side of the column, but if you just look at the URL and you follow the path, you can easily identify the title of this post.
Okay. How do you identify the title of the post from the URL?
So as I was mentioning earlier, so the title, it's under the subreddit as one after infidelity. So the title is after the, on this one, it's going to be the second page, right? After the comment box. So this is where people post their own self-posts within the as one after infidelity, ecosystem.
Okay. All right. I want to move to the next page, which is page 5. And for each of these now, Detective, now that you've gone through a couple of how these artifacts look, I'm just going to ask you the same thing. Could you explain to us the last visit date and time as well as the title, okay?
Yes.
So for page 5, what was the last visit date and time?
So the last visit date and time is December 24, 2024 at 4:49 a.m.
Okay, and what was the title of this page?
The title was called I Did a Horrible Thing under the subreddit as one after infidelity.
We're going to go to page 6 now, Detective. What was the last visited date and time of this artifact?
So the last visit date and time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:23 a.m.
Okay. And what was the page visited in this?
So in this one, it was the homepage of the as one after infidelity under the Reddit website.
That was the home page of this specific subreddit?
Yes, this is the homepage, correct.
We're going to publish now page 7 of the exhibit. Okay, could you tell us the last visit date and time as well as the title?
Last visit date and time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:25 a.m. The title for this visit was called Wives, Why Did You Do It? Under the subreddit of As One After Infidelity.
Okay. Next page, page 8. Could you tell us what the last visit date and time and the page visited?
Yeah, so the last visit date time is December 25th, 2024 at 3:37 a.m. And then the homepage was the As One After Infidelity.
Okay. Page number 9 of the exhibit. Could you tell us what the last visited date and time is, as well as the title of this page?
Yes, it was December 25th, 2024 at 3:38 a.m. The title of the page is Peer Support, Advice, and Removals under the subreddit of As One After Infidelity.
We'll now publish page 10 of the exhibit. Could you tell us again last date and time as well as title?
Yes. So it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 3:38 a.m. The title of this is I Understand, But I Don't Understand under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
We're going to go to page 11, Detective. Could you tell us again the same thing?
Yes. The last visited was on December 25th, 2024 at 3:40 a.m. The title is called Those Who Have Been Betrayed. Did You Fall Out of Love with Your WP while trying to reconcile under the subreddit as one after infidelity. Do you want me to explain what WP?
No, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, we are now on page number 12. Could you explain the last visit date and time as well as what page was visited?
Okay, the last visit date time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:44 a.m. And this was the homepage of the subreddit as one after infidelity.
Publishing now page 13 of the exhibit. Could you tell us the last visited date and time as well as the page that was visited here?
Yes, it was December 25th, 2024 at 3:44 a.m. The title is called Surviving Infidelity.
Is this the same subreddit we mentioned, or is this a different one?
This is a different one. So the subreddit for the community is called Surviving Infidelity.
Okay. Moving on to the next page, page 14 of this exhibit 105. Could you tell us the last date and time as well as the title?
Yes, okay. So it's on December 25th, 2024 at 3:45 a.m. The title is called Just Found Out She Cheated under the Reddit search.
Okay. Now you say Reddit search. Is this a specific subreddit?
Just by looking at the file path, it appears that it was it's one of those probably the search box within the Reddit page.
Okay. So
And
the
then-
search.
Okay, so if you look at the URL, I'll show you this
Okay,
part.
I'll zoom into the URL as well. Okay. Could you explain for us how the search affects any of this?
Yes. So for this part, if you look at the word or the letter Q, Q stands for query. So that's usually what the person put inside a search bar. Doesn't mean that they actually inputted the entire sentence. For in this case, right, it says just found out she cheated. It's like, you know, when you use Google, when you start typing in certain words, you have a drop box that tries to predict what you're trying to type. So that's basically what it is. So I don't know if the user of this device actually wrote the entire sentence or just put just and then you got one of those drop box.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I'm going to take the zoom in down and move on to page number 15 of the exhibit. Okay, Detective Inuma, could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as the title of this post?
Okay. So it was last visited on December 25th, 2024 at 3:45 a.m. The title is My parenthesis 35M parenthesis wife parenthesis 32F parenthesis cheated on me 2 years ago and I forgave her after she signed a postnum. But now I found out she didn't give me the full story and am strongly considering divorce again with the benefit of the prenup. How can I learn to trust her again? And this is under the subreddit relationship advice.
Got it. So this is the same two subreddits we've already mentioned, or a different one?
So this is a new subreddit, a different community.
Okay. And this one again is called Relationship Advice.
Correct.
We're going to publish page 16 of the exhibit. Okay. Could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
Yes, it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:15 p.m. and it was visited the homepage of As One After Infidelity.
Page number 17 of the exhibit. Could you explain last visited date and time, as well as the title?
Yes, so it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:16 p.m. The title is called Expecting More Disclosure under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Page number 18 of the exhibit. Could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what the title of the page was?
Yes, so it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The title is 6 Weeks Out from D-Day under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
We'll go to page 19. Could you tell us again last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
Yes, so it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:18 p.m. and this was the homepage of As One After Infidelity.
Okay, we're now on page 20, almost there, of this exhibit. Could you explain to us, same thing as always, last visited date and time, as well as title?
Yes, so it was December 25th, 2024 at 2:19 p.m. and the title is Can't Have Physical Relationship with WP Anymore, under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Page number 21 of the exhibit. Could you tell us what the last visited date and time is, as well as explain what the URL means?
Yes. So the last visit date and time was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:22 p.m. And based on the URL, so it was under the subreddit As One After Infidelity, and the user of this device searched for the term DARVO, D-A-R-V-O.
Okay. Detective Inuma, do you know yourself, have personal knowledge of what the term DARVO means?
Prior to this,
Objection, lacks foundation.
It's asked the Lane Foundation. Go ahead and answer the question.
So do you have personal knowledge of what the term DARVO means?
no.
Okay. When you say prior to this, do you have personal knowledge today of what that term means?
Yes.
Okay.
Same objection, Your Honor.
How did you acquire that knowledge?
So I used the Reddit. I visited the Reddit page and I basically type in DARVO. And also use Google search to just cross-reference it to make sure that it's similar
Okay.
definition.
And based on your research, and sorry, was it the same Reddit page as this, As One After Infidelity?
Yes.
Were you able then to determine what the term DARVO means?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Inuma, could you explain to us what the term DARVO means? Give it just a moment. Okay. Could you explain to us?
Say, but that's fine. Whatever.
Could you explain to us what the term DARVO means?
So the DARVO, so it's an acronym. So the D stands for deny, A stands for attack, R stands for reverse, victim, and offender.
Thank you for explaining. We're going to move to page number 22. Okay. Now we have page 22 of State's Exhibit 105. Could you explain to us again last visit date and time, as well as the title of the page?
Yes. So it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:22 p.m. And the title is Dealing with Intense Limerence / Affair Fog and DARVO from my wife. I found AP's wife's detail under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Okay, and the visited date was December 25th at 2:22 p.m.?
Yes, 2:22 p.m. Correct.
Looking now at page 23 of this exhibit. Could you explain to us the last visited date and time, as well as the title?
Yes, it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:24 p.m. The title is called I'm Freaking Out a Little. I'd really like some input, under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Page number 24 of the exhibit. Could you explain to us the last visited date and time, as well as what's happening in this exhibit?
Yes. Okay, so last visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:24 p.m. and the title is DARVO, and it was inside, if you just base looking at the URL of the query, the queue, so it was inputted DARVO.
Okay. There's a follow-up question I have, Detective. In the top, under the artifact information, there's a 2 words that say visit count. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so each time when you visit, it counts as 1. If you visit again, it's going to 2, 3, 4, and so on.
So how many times did the user of this device visit this page, search for DARVO?
Based on this data, 3 times.
Moving on to page number 25. Could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what page is being visited.
Yes, so it was visited on January 15, 2025 at 9:35 a.m. and the visited page is the as one after infidelity.
Okay. Now, could you explain to us, Detective, I see that there's a transition type and it says typed under the fourth line in this artifact information. Could you explain what that means?
Yep, so the user of the device likely type in the URL.
And last page of this exhibit, could you explain to us the last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
So the last visited date and time was on January 15, 2025 at 9:36 a.m. It was under the Reddit. The title is called Reddit Dive Into Anything.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective, and I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you. I'll hand the exhibit to the clerk. Okay. Detective New, we're going to keep going, so I'm going to hand you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106, priorly shown to Defense Counsel. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Unuma, I've handed you what's been marked as State's 106. Could you take a look through real quick and let us and look up when you're done? Okay, Detective, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay. Are these artifacts from your search of the laptop?
Yes.
How many artifacts are in this exhibit?
7.
And what type of artifacts are these?
These were email purchase order that was sent to the computer.
Okay. What email address were they sent to?
It was sent to gkonig@gmx.com.
Okay. And that's the previous email you mentioned as being associated with both the computer and the iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you said they are purchase orders, are they receipts?
Yes, it's a receipt.
And are these true and accurate copies of the artifacts you found on item 48, the laptop with the username Konig?
Yes.
Okay. And again, is there anything highlighted in these artifacts?
And this one, no.
Okay. At this point, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 106.
Okay. No objection. It wasn't marked for identification as State's Exhibit 106 is received into evidence.
Okay. I'm going to publish up on the screen, Detective. I'm going to try and move quicker this time. Who is, and this is page 1, who is the email from, or what email address is the email from?
So the email address is from audible.com. So audible.com is an online, like a digital book service where you can purchase pretty much any books, and then they'll send you a way to download the books digitally, and you can actually hear the person reading to you rather than you read it yourself.
Okay. And this email came in on what date again?
It was on December 12, 2024 at 1:01 p.m.
Okay. And could you point us to where the title of the book that was downloaded was on the page?
Yeah, so the title of the page is right over here. It's called The State of Affairs. It's by author Esther Perel.
Okay. All right, Detective, I'm going to go through each of the 7 pages, and I'll ask you the same couple questions each time. Actually, I'll ask you 2 questions. What was the date of the email, and then what was the book, okay?
Okay.
All right, going to page 2 of the exhibit. What was the date of the email?
So it was sent on December 18, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. And the title of the book is After the Affair, 3rd edition by author, Janice Spring.
Okay. We're going to go to page 3 of the exhibit. What was the date of this email?
So the date is December 18, 2024 at 11:48 a.m. The title is called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair by author Linda MacDonald.
We're going to go to page number 4 of the exhibit, Detective. Could you tell us the date as well as the title?
Yes, so it's the date is December 18th, 2024 at 2:04 p.m. The title is called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair by author Janet Bloom.
Page number 5. Could you tell us the date as well as the title?
Yes, the date is December 27, 2024 at 4:01 p.m. The title is called Getting the Love You Want by author Harville Hendricks.
Page number 6. Could you explain the date as well as the title?
Yes, so the date is January 7, 2025 at 4:32 a.m. And the title is called Not Just Friends by author Shirley Glass.
Okay. And page number 7. Could you explain the date as well as the title?
Yes, the date is February 14th, 2025 at 12:22 p.m. The title is called The Let Them Theory by author Mel Robbins.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, and Detective, I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you. Okay. I've retrieved exhibit 107 or 106. I'll hand it to the clerk. Okay. Detective Numa, I'm going to approach her now with State's Exhibit 107, previously shown to defense counsel. Detective Numa, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107. Could you take a look, and when you're done, look up. Okay, could you, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this is part of the email file that was sent to the computer.
Okay, and which email address was this sent to?
It was sent to gkonig@gmx.com.
Okay, and is this artifact a true and accurate copy of the email you found addressed to gkonig@gmx.com from item number 48 in the last copy examined?
Yes, except for the highlighted portion.
Got it. So there are highlights to this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And as you explained earlier, do the highlights mean anything?
No.
Do they mean that the highlighted word is more important or less important?
No.
Okay. All right. And at this point, the state will move State's Exhibit 107 into evidence.
Mr. Otake, in addition to the record we've already made,
No objection.
and what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107 will be received into evidence.
Okay. All right, Detective, I'm publishing State's Exhibit 107. We're on page 1 here. Could you explain who the email is from?
Yes. So the email is from Walmart.com.
Okay. And one more time, who the email was addressed to?
It was addressed to or sent to the email gkonig@gmx.com.
Okay. And the email may speak for itself a little bit here, Detective, but what is the email about?
It's a notification informing the user that your package has arrived.
Okay. And we're going to go to page 2 of the exhibit. How many items arrived?
There were 2 items.
Okay. And what was item 2 that arrived?
So item number 2 is called Night 64 gigabyte, which is parenthesis 800 hours, hidden voice recorder, HD audio recorder, not sure how to pronounce this word, Gabadora de Vol Espia, voice activated recorder, spy device, comma, a secret recording device.
Okay. And going back to page 1 of the exhibit, Detective, what date did this email come in?
So it came in on December 31st, 2024 at 8:52 a.m.
Okay. And does the email also state when the order was placed?
Yes.
And when was that?
So the order date was on Friday, December 27, 2024.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective, and I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you. And I'll hand State's Exhibit 107 to the clerk. Judge Powers.
We've been going long, but I think we'll just continue the bill. We'll take one recess this morning.
No problem.
Thanks for checking.
Okay. Detective Inuma, I'm going to do 2 for 1 right now. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108 and 109, previously shown to defense counsel.
This is 1-8. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach? Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm handing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108 and 109. And if you need to refer to them on the back side of the last page of each exhibit, there's a little sticker with the number if you need to find it. Could you take a look through both exhibits, and when you're done, let me know. Okay, let's start with Exhibit 108. Detective, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay. What is that artifact?
So it's an email.
Okay. Who was the email from?
So the email is from a user, G. Konig at proinbox.com.
Okay. Is that one of the emails you mentioned earlier?
Yes, it was one of the email that was associated with the iPhone 13 Pro, evidence item number 42.
Okay. And who was the email addressed to?
It was addressed to a person by the email, just by looking at the name, Andrea Miller at, I think it's like KYNDRYL.com.
Okay. And this exhibit, State's Exhibit 108, is that a true and accurate copy of the artifact that you observed during your examination of item number 48, the laptop in this case?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the State moves Exhibit 108 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the mark for identification of State's Exhibit 108 is received into evidence.
And Detective, could you take a look at 109 that you have as well?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay. What type of artifacts are these?
So these were email, like a purchase from LinkedIn.
LinkedIn. Okay. And where did you find these emails on the computer?
Oh, it was in the email file.
Okay, sorry. Who were the emails addressed to?
It was addressed to the email address G. Konig at proinbox.com.
Okay. And how many pages are in this exhibit?
Six.
Okay. And does this exhibit fairly, or is it a true and accurate copy of the emails addressed to G. Konig at proinbox.com regarding LinkedIn?
Minus the highlight, yes.
Okay. And again, there are portions of Exhibit 109 that have highlights?
Yes.
And I'll ask you this every time. Do the highlights mean anything with regards to the information in the exhibit?
No.
Okay. And they are a true and accurate copy otherwise?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the State moves Exhibit 109 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. With the mark for identification of State's Exhibit 109 is received into evidence.
Okay. Detective Newell, we're going to publish 108 on the screen. Okay. And could you tell us who this email, what email address, or could you show us on the screen which email address this came from?
Okay. So the email address came from the user, well, under Gerhardt Konig, under the email address gkonig@proinbox.com.
And what date and time was the email sent?
It was sent on December 6, 2024 at 8:24 a.m.
And who was the recipient, or what email address was the recipient of the email?
So it's andrea.miller@kyndyl.com.
Okay. And what was the subject of the email?
The subject was titled, "Your Husband, Jeff."
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to read the whole email, Detective, but to publish it, I will leave it up on the screen for a few seconds, if that's okay.
Okay.
I'll leave the exhibit up for just another couple of seconds, and then I'll take it down. Okay, I'm going to take down State's Exhibit 108. Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to retrieve the exhibits from you now. Both of them.
Okay.
They'll hand 108 and 109 to the clerk.
So we're going to ask you to go a little bit more. We'll take over in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. We can get through at least one more exhibit. Okay, again, I'm going to hand you 2 exhibits at once here, Detective. States 110 and 111.
Thank you.
Okay, Detective. I've had to use States 110 and 111. Could you take a look at those for us?
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what are these?
So these are artifacts of the searches that was made on the computer from Google searches regarding hikes.
Okay. You said these are artifacts regarding hikes?
Yeah, regarding hikes. Oh, it has other things too, but regarding hikes.
Okay. And are these artifacts, sorry to clarify, are they search history artifacts?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the date range of these search history artifacts?
So so it's from February 28, 2025, and then the last one is March 4th, 2025.
Okay. Are these true and accurate copies of the search history artifacts related to hiking that you found on item 48, the laptop with the username G. Konig?
Yep, so the first one, that's one I highlighted during my search under my report. The second one, it's highlighted.
Okay.
And again, it doesn't mean anything.
The highlights, again, don't mean anything?
Correct.
Okay. So other than the highlights, are they true and accurate copies of the artifacts you found on the laptop?
Yes.
Okay, at this point, the state moves Exhibit 110 and 111 into evidence.
I'm still talking.
No objection.
Where's marked for identification as States Exhibit 110 and 111 will be received into evidence?
Okay. Detective Numa, I'm going to publish States 110. Okay, could you explain to us what we're looking at?
Okay, so this is what I use for the Axiom software. So I filtered it, and if you look at it, these are all search history relating to hikes. The search term was provided from the search warrant.
Okay. And we're going to move on to State's Exhibit 111. And we're going to go through each page here, Detective. So could you explain to us, going from the top, so page 1 of Exhibit 111, what is the search term?
The search term for this was Maui secret hikes.
Okay. And how does the software pull that search term?
So it was, the artifact was from the Google search database. And as far as I was explaining earlier, if the person actually typed it in or if was it one of those Dropbox. So as you can see, is as Q as in query. So the person had to type in Maui first, and then afterwards it's going to have a Dropbox. But in this case particular, it tells you over here, the original search inquiry was Maui secret hikes.
Okay. And could you point out to which area it said the original search query was?
Yeah, right over here.
And again, just to remind us one more time, what user on the laptop is putting this search query in?
So it's under the user G20.
Okay. And what date and time was this search done?
It was done on February 28, 2025 at 2:55 p.m.
Okay. Detective Newman, we're going to go to page 2 of the exhibit. Could you tell us the date and time as well as the original search query for this page?
Okay, the date and time is February 28, 2025 at 3:13 p.m. The original search query was secret hike Waikamoi Falls.
All right, we're going to move on to page 3, Detective. Could you tell us what the date and time of the search was as well as the search query?
Okay, so the date and time was February 28, 2025 at 3:17 p.m. The original search word was best hikes on Oahu.
We're going to go to page 4. Detective, are we still looking at a Google search for page 4 of this exhibit?
Not this one.
Okay. Could you tell us then the last visited date and time of this page as well as the title of the page?
Yeah, so this is the website called alltrails.com. The last visited date time was February 28, 2025 at 3:17 p.m. The title of this is called 10 Best Trails and Hikes in Oahu by All Trails.
Detective, we're going to go to page 5 of the exhibit. Could you tell us what sort of website we're looking at with this artifact?
So this is a YouTube video based on if you look at the URL, it's youtube.com, and it's a video file.
Okay, and what date and time was this YouTube video last visited?
It was February 28, 2025 at 3:30 p.m. and the title was called Easy Hike on Oahu, Makapu'u Lighthouse Trail, and it's a YouTube.
Page 6 of the exhibit, Detective. What are we looking at with this page?
So it's another YouTube video. It was visited on February 28, 2025 at 3:30 p.m. The title is called The Top 10 Easy Oahu Hikes for Everyone, Hawaii YouTube.
Okay. Move on to page number 7 of the exhibit. What type of web page is this, Detective?
So this is a Google search. So the person typed in the word.
Okay. And what was the original search query?
So the original search query was difficult.
Okay. And what was the ultimate search term?
So the search term was difficult hikes Oahu.
Okay. How do you get from that original search query, difficult, to the search term, difficult hikes Oahu?
So that's one I was mentioning earlier in the Google search bar. When you start typing in, for this example, difficult, and you're going to have all these drop box that tries to predict what you're trying to type next.
And what date and time was this search about difficult hikes Oahu done?
It was done on February 28, 2025 at 3:31 p.m.
A couple more pages, Detective, to page 8 of the exhibit. What kind of website is this?
So the website is called journeyarrow.com/Oahu-hikes.
Okay. And what date and time was this visited?
It was visited on February 28, 2025 at 3:36 p.m.
And could you explain what the transition type link means?
So the user probably clicked on some kind of website that took them to this page.
Okay. Page number 9 of the exhibit, Detective. What website are we looking at? What's the last visited date and time? What's the title?
So the last visited was on February 28, 2025 at 3:36 p.m. The title of this webpage is called "The 35 Best Hikes on Oahu: The Ultimate Guide."
And what does the URL say?
So the URL said that this was under the the Stairway to Heaven Oahu, Hawaii webpage.
All right, and last page of the exhibit, Detective. What is the website we're looking at? And what is the title and what is the last visit date and time?
Okay, so it was last visited on March 3rd, 2025 at 7:19 a.m. The title of this page is called Palipuka Hike on Oahu, Hawaii, The Hiker's Guide.
Okay. All right, I'll take the exhibit down, Detective, and I'll retrieve the exhibits.
Can we pause here, Mr. Ware?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thanks for hanging in there. It's a long morning session. We'll take our morning recess. We'll come back shortly after 11 o'clock. We'll go as far as we can before we take our lunch break. Leave your notebooks on the chair. All rise.
4, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig, 1 CPC.25-373.
Dr. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom, and Detective Inuma is still on the stand under oath. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Mr. Garner, you may continue on with your direct examination.
Thank you. Okay, Detective, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to retrieve the exhibits that are left up on the stand from before the recess.
I can take the photos. I'll hand them to the clerk.
All right, Detective. We finished up looking at State's Exhibit 111, and I'll put the last page of that exhibit back up on the screen. So, the last website you mentioned was the Polipuka hike at journeyera.com. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, did you ever visit this website?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112, previously shown to defense. Could you take a look at State's Exhibit 112? And as you do that, I'll take 111 off the screen.
Yes.
Detective Newman, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So this is okay. So I use the we call it the Wayback Machine. So Wayback Machine is an online website that allows the user to go back in time to visit a certain, or it can be any website, right? And it's like an internet archive, and it creates an accurate snapshot of what that website appeared on that particular date and time in history. And this is the it's run by a nonprofit organization, and we use it in our industry. This was also brought up to us by the NCFI, the National Computer Forensic Institute, if you want to go back on the website and see what it looked like.
Okay. So, can you explain why you went back to look at the Wayback Machine, to look at historically what this journeyera.com article about the Polipuka hike looked like?
Yes, so in this case, the user of the computer visited this webpage on March 3rd, 2025. So I wanted to see the content that was posted around that time.
Okay. And how did you use the Wayback Machine to view the content as the user would have seen it on March 3rd, 2025?
Okay, so I used two different dates, right? So one was, occurred prior to the search, which was on January 14th, 2025, and I used another a key point was April 26, 2025, to see if there were any changes on the website.
Okay, so you said these two different dates. Are those different dates that the Wayback Machine archived that website?
Yes.
Okay. And did you then compare the content on those two different dates?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any difference between the content between the January 14, 2025 date and the April 26, 2025 date that website was archived?
No, they're the same.
And which date then do you have up there with State's Exhibit 112?
So this one, it was from the January 14th, 2025.
Okay. So the archived copy of this website about the Polipuka hike you have from the archive date of January 14th, 2025.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of the archived copy of that website on that date?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you use the Wayback Machine in your work. Can you explain that?
So anytime if we have, doing investigation and we just wanted to do further investigation what the person was possibly looking at on a particular website, this is the website we'll use to go back in time and see what the person saw.
Okay. Is the Wayback Machine commonly used in the field of digital forensics?
Yes.
Is it known to be accurate in the field of digital forensics?
Yes.
At this point, the state will move to admit Exhibit 112 into evidence.
Mr. Opaka.
No objection.
Would have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 112 is received.
Okay. Detective Numa, I'm going to publish States Exhibit 112 onto the screen. Okay, and we're going to go through a couple pages, and I'm going to zoom in on areas and ask you to read them first. But before we start into the web page, I'm going to zoom in to the very top of the page here. What is that part of the web page?
Okay, so this is the URL from the Wayback Machine. So this is basically, it's indicating that this is the website I visited. And in the date, the 2025, it's going to be November, or was it January 14th? So that's the date that it was able to capture for this exhibit,
So
for the website.
2025-01-14.
0114.
That's the archive date.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I'm going to take that down. And we're going to go to page 2. And I'm going to zoom in to the first paragraph. And we're going to look at line 2 and 3. Detective Unimo, could you read us the sentence that starts in that middle of line 2?
Yes. The Pali Lookout itself is a popular tourist spot, but 99% of visitors to the lookout don't hike. They just look out over the valley. The Pali Notches hike begins on the right-hand side of the parking lookout.
Okay, thank you, Detective. I'm going to zoom into the bottom 2 lines of paragraph 2, Detective. Could you read the bottom 2 lines of paragraph 2 on this page?
Yes. Okay. The hike isn't necessarily dangerous, but much of the path is on the edge of a huge drop-off. Does that make it dangerous? You decide.
Okay, I'm going to remove that zoomed area. Right. We're going to move on to page 3, Detective. All right, I'm going to zoom
Your
in.
Honor, for purposes of completeness, can we go back and zoom in on the last paragraph?
I have no objection.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll zoom in on the last paragraph, Detective,
Okay.
and we will have you read that to us as well. Okay?
Yes. The path is wide enough that there is no real risk if you watch your footing and play it safe. If you want to look out at the amazing view, it's best to stop walking and enjoy it while you have a steady position.
Thank you, Detective. So we're going to move on to the next page, page 3. Could you, I'm going to zoom in on the text that's on the bottom of the page. If you could read that to us.
Okay. The trail heads straight up the hill in the undergrowth and then spits you out on the edge of the cliff with a huge drop-off. You then walk along the cliff.
Okay. We'll move to page 4. And could you finish the sentence you were just reading?
Yes. Edge, watching your step carefully.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I made the whole paragraph for completeness. Thank you.
Detective, I think we're just going to have you go through and read
The whole thing.
each paragraph for us,
Okay.
but I'm going to let you know that I'm zooming in so that everybody can read along with you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Could you finish the first paragraph on the top of page 4?
Yes. From the first viewpoint, you can see Kaneohe, the Politanos, and even Chinaman's hat on a clear day. If you are classy as my friends, you might find this a great place to enjoy a drink and relax, and one of my favorite sunset hikes on Oahu. You now continue on in search of the puka. Keep following the trail, and another 5 or so minutes will bring you to the hole in the rock. This is why you did the Pali Puka hike. So hopefully a rainbow appears for you too. If you love pukas as much as we do, you gotta check out the Tom Tom Trail for another great puka.
Okay. We're going to move on to page 5, Detective. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. We have page 5 up, Detective, and I'm going to zoom in on the 2 paragraphs.
Okay, so it's going to be keep climbing Palipuka for the sunset spot. If you continue on now, the path will lead into the trees. You can keep going, but it gets quite steep and you will need to use the rope already there. It's nothing crazy in my opinion, but some may find it a bit challenging. It is important to note, if you do go past the Puka Point for sunset, it will be dark coming down, so bring a light for safety. After 10 to 15 minutes of climbing up the rocks and trees with the ropes, you might be a bit breathless, but the view will make up for it. The mountains look just freaking amazing. Here's the best part. If you are hiking at the right time of the year, the sun will creep through the gap in the mountain range and give you...
I'm going to go on to page 6, Detective. Oh, I'm so sorry. States. We're going to put 112 back up on the screen. And we've got page 5 up there. So we're going to move to page 6, and we'll zoom in on the top paragraph, Detective. Could you finish up that paragraph?
Yes. A great photo. I went in May for this photo. Unfortunately, I was taking a time lapse and only got this photo, but I'm sure you can get some nice sun stars and rays if you have the right settings. We saw it with our own eyes, which was more than enough as a memory of the Palipuka hike.
Okay, and could you read for us what I'm zooming in on now, that last paragraph in the middle of this page?
Yes. Be safe going down and take it slow, as it can be slippery and the drop looks very unforgiving. Stay safe and enjoy the Palipuka hike.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Okay. Detective Inuma, I'm going to take the exhibit down from the screen, and I'm going to retrieve it from you. Thank you. I'm going to hand 112 to the clerk. And to move things along, Detective, I'm just going to hand you State's Exhibit 113, as well as... I'll just start with 113, actually. State's Exhibit 113, showing to Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Detective, could you take a look at State's Exhibit 113? Let us know when you're done. Okay, have you
Yes.
had a chance to review State's Exhibit 113?
Yes.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
What is this?
So these are documents, like artifacts, that shows that the user of this device on this computer was accessing a document under the divorce folder.
Okay. Is this an artifact or the actual document?
This is just artifacts.
Okay. And are these artifacts generated by the computer automatically?
Yes.
And are these true and accurate artifacts that you found on the laptop, item number 48, as you did the examination about access to documents involving divorce?
Yes, except for the highlighted portion.
Okay, and same thing with the highlights, they are just a search tool?
Just a search tool.
Okay, so they don't mean any words more or less important?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the state will move to enter 113 into evidence.
Okay.
No objection.
One more for identification as State's Exhibit 113 is received into evidence.
Okay, Detective, I'm going to publish States 113. And if you could explain to us, and this is page 1, could you explain to us the very top what the file name is.
So this is the file name of the document that was associated with this artifacts. So this was a PDF document, and then the file name was BOFA Amex e-statement. It appears it's from December 24, 2015.
Got it. And can you still get the data of when the user last accessed the document?
The user last accessed on December 14, 2024 at 10:45 p.m.
Okay. And could you explain to us the file path of how to find this document on the laptop?
Yes. So the file path is from the user G. Konig, and then it used the application Dropbox, and it's under the folder of JPR Divorce 2016-04 Hearing supported document, and then that's the actual document.
Got it. Okay, so that's the direction you would take on the computer to find that file.
Yes. Do you want me to explain what a Dropbox is?
Could you explain what Dropbox is? Yes.
Okay, so Dropbox is an online, like a backup server, like a cloud storage. It backs up your files and folders from your computer or your phone. You can access it anywhere you want as long as you have internet connection and you have the account access. You can also do it offline. You can also work at offline, and when you connect it back to online, everything's going to sync.
Okay. We'll move on to page number 2 of the exhibit, Detective. Could you explain to us what the file name was, and then go into when the file was last accessed?
The file name is PK Chase SW 2016-01 statement, and it's a PDF file.
Okay.
And it was last accessed on December 31st, 2024 at 8:38 p.m.
Okay. And then could you go through the file path for us one more time?
Yes, so it's under the user G. Konig. It's a Dropbox JPR. It's in the divorce folder. 2016-04 hearing. Supported documents, and then the actual document itself.
Okay. And we're going to move on to page 3, Detective. Could you explain to us what the file name of this one is?
The file name is 2012-04-12, and it's called Ghent plaintext.pdf. So it's a PDF file. And it was last accessed on this computer on January 7, 2025 at 6:59 a.m.
Okay. And could you explain the file path for this document?
Yes. So it's the user G. Konig. It's in the Dropbox under the JPR folder. Divorce 2016-04 hearing. Jesse lived extravagant life, and that's the document file was located.
So which is the last folder that this document is contained in?
It's right over here. Jesse lived extravagant life.
Okay. And we'll move on to our last piece of this exhibit, Detective. Page number 4. Could you tell us what the file name is?
The file name is PK Chase Freedom 2015-12 statement PDF, and it's a PDF file.
And when was this last accessed?
It was last accessed on February 3rd, 2025 at 8:42 a.m.
And without going through the entire file path again, was this in the supporting documents folder of that 2016 hearing in the divorce folder?
Supportive documents, correct.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down and I'll retrieve it from you, Detective. As I retrieve the exhibit from you, I'm going to approach with States 114, showing his defense. All right, so I'm going to retrieve 113. I'm going to hand you 114. And as I hand Exhibit 113 to the clerk, could you review State's Exhibit 114, please?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review this?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this is a Word document file relating to a 2018 tax created from the user G. Konig.
Okay, so this is the first time that you've testified this morning about a Word document, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Word document show an author?
Yes.
Who was the author according to the metadata?
So the author is Gerhardt Konig.
Does the metadata also show you who the last author is?
Yes.
Who is the last author of this document?
The last author is Gerhardt Konig.
Can you tell from the metadata when this document was last edited? Or modified, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it was last modified on March 12, 2019 at 3:02 p.m.
And is there any attachment to the metadata page for this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And is the attachment a portion of the entire Word document?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate copy of, again, that portion of the Word document along with the metadata that you found on the laptop, item number 48 in this case?
Okay, so for the Word document, it was highlighted and it was redacted.
Okay. What kind of information was redacted?
It was a Social Security number.
Okay. So other than the Social Security numbers being redacted, is the content of the Word document a true and accurate copy?
Yes.
And again, there's highlights in this part, right?
Yes.
Same as always, the highlights don't mean anything?
It doesn't mean anything.
And for page 1, for the metadata, is that a true and accurate copy of the metadata that you found related to this Word document?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the state moves Exhibit 114 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
Maybe, can we approach, I don't want to do a speaking objection. It's just part of the document. document is admitted later.
Understood. So what is the mark for identification, including the full attachment as States Exhibit 114 will be received into evidence?
Okay, Detective Numa will retrieve that exhibit from you, and we'll come back later with everything. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to retrieve from you 114, and I'll approach with States 115. Okay, could you take a look through States 115?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this?
So this is an artifact from the user of this device accessing appears to be a backup server via internet.
Okay. And which user are we talking about?
It's under user G Konig.
Okay. And is this artifacts that are generated automatically by the computer with user activity on the computer?
Yes.
Okay. When you were looking, or when you were executing your search warrant on this device, did you actually have access to the underlying documents that the user was accessing, as indicated by the metadata in this exhibit?
For this particular one, no.
Okay. And could you explain what you meant by a backup?
Okay, so backup, so this program is called Mimeo, MEMEO. So it's an online backup server. It backups your files and folders, as I was explained to you earlier. It's like a iCloud or Google Drive, something very similar to that degree.
And is this exhibit a true and accurate copy of the metadata regarding the user G Konig's access to this backup that you found in this case on item 48, the laptop?
Excluding the highlight, yes.
Okay. At this point, the state moves to enter Exhibit 115 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
The mark for identification as States Exhibit 115 is received into evidence.
Okay, Detective Inuma, we're going to put States 115 on the screen. Could you explain to us what you meant by, or could you show to us in the second line what user is conducting this conducting this activity?
Yeah, so the user is G Konig, right over here.
And what date and time is the user conducting this activity?
It was accessed on January 9, 2025 at 9:10 p.m.
Okay, and are you able to tell which computer application the user is accessing this from?
So it was accessing through the Internet Explorer, the Edge.
And could you explain to us the URL that we're looking at the top?
Yes, so this is the file path for the URL. So this is the backup server that takes you directly to the Mimeo company.
Okay, and then what is after the backup server?
Yes, so after the backup server, so if you look further down, so this user access an account belonging to Ari, look into a folder called Documents, and under a subfolder called Divorce, and access this file named notes.docs.
Okay, and are you able to determine which user's backup data this was? Was it G Konig's backup data?
No, it appears, based on the URL, it appears to be the username for Ari.
Okay.
And this is a docs, docx, that's a Word document file.
Got it. All right, we'll move on to page 2, Detective. Could you explain to us what this page of the exhibit shows?
Okay, so this one is similar to the last one. So this was access to the Internet Explorer, the Edge. This was accessed on January 9, 2025 at 9:14 p.m. And then it's the same, so the user is G Konig, and they access the Mimeo server, backup server, and access an account belonging to a person or username Ari, went into the download folder, and then access the complaint for absolute divorce document. So Word document.
Can you tell from the URL when the backup date was? So when these files were actually uploaded?
So there's dates on there, but I wouldn't know for sure unless I reach out to the company to verify what these dates particular means.
Okay. And our last page of this exhibit, could you explain what we're seeing on this one?
Yeah, so this one, it was also used by the Internet Explorer under the Edge. This was accessed on January 9, 2025 at 9:15 p.m. And then the user, G. Konig, went access the Mimeo backup server, accessing the user account for ARI, went into the download folder, and then viewed the Rosen divorce PDF file.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective, and I will retrieve the exhibit from you as I bring up to you State's Exhibit 116, showing to defense counsel. So we'll come back for this one then.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead to State's Exhibit 117, Detective. I'm sorry, 118, as 117 is already in evidence. I apologize, Detective. Now I have 118. I will show its defense and bring it to you.
Thank you. I'm retrieving 115.
And here's the clerk. Okay, Detective Inuma, could you take a look through State's Exhibit 118 and let us know when you're done?
Okay.
Okay, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this?
So this is an email file that was sent to an individual under the username G. Konig.
Okay, who was the, you said this is an email file. Are there any attachments to it?
Yes.
Okay, and are those attachments included in the exhibit?
Yes.
Who was the email address sending the email?
So the email address, sorry, you mean the user of the email sending to the recipient?
Which email address is this from?
Okay. Yeah, this email address is from gkonig at proinbox.com.
Okay, and is that the same email you've referenced a couple of times before already this morning?
Yes.
All right, and who was the email sent to?
It's sent to, the email address is bryant.bunting@gmail.com.
And is this exhibit a true and accurate copy of the metadata attached to the email along with the email attachments?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually have access to any content in the email or just the attachments?
So inside the content, there was nothing inside the content, but then there was attachment part
Okay,
of
so
the...
there was no like email message, it was just a bunch of attachments?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, the state will move to admit the State's Exhibit 118.
No objection. You will be marked for identification as State's Exhibit 118 is received into evidence.
Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to publish the exhibit. All right. I'm going to zoom in on the top of the page. Okay, so you've already told us who the email was to and from. Could you tell us the date and time of the email?
Yes, the date and time is December 4, 2024 at 3:33 p.m.
And what was the subject line of the email?
The subject line was stuff.
Okay. And you already told us that there was no content to the email messages, but I'm going to zoom in on this portion that says attachment names. What are the attachments to this email?
So there were 3 attachments to this email. The first one was called screen time and deleted messages.docs. The second attachment was called some saved chats with pictures.docs. And the third one was chat.txt file.
Okay. All right. And Detective, we're going to go through. Do you recognize there's 3 attachments to this email, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if I go through the attachment, can you tell us which attachment is in order?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go to page 2 of this. Which attachment are we looking at here?
So this is the first one. This is under the screen time and deleted messages.
Okay. Detective, I'm going to zoom in on the text here. What does that say?
So it says 7 hour on screen in 10 days. So about an hour per day messaging on workday. Messages in thread do not support this. Vast majority are deleted. 5+ hours in background. Phone calls, ?
Okay, I'm going to take that down. Okay, Detective, we're going to move on to the next page. I'm sorry, Okay, and we're on page, I believe, 4 now. Could you tell us the title at the top of this page?
The title is called Deleted Messages from Sunday or Sun 12-1, parenthesis, all deleted.
Okay, we're going to keep moving forward, Detective. And now we're on page 6, I believe. Are we still in that first attachment, the one you mentioned earlier?
Yes, still under the first attachment.
Okay. Let me take it down for just a second, Detective. And I'm going to put it back up. So I put page 6 back up. Putting now page 7. Could you let us know when we get to the next document that's been attached to this email?
Yes. And that concludes the first attachment files.
Okay. What's the name of the second attachment?
The second one is called Some Saved Chats with pictures.docs.
Okay. And we're at page 11 now. Is this the first page of that document?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to scroll through, Detective. All right. And now we're on page 23.
Yes.
Is this still the same document?
So this is the third document.
Chat.txt?
Yes.
What is a TXT file?
So TXT is a type of format. It's text-based. So in this purpose, we have to convert it to a PDF so you can display it.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take the exhibit down. I'm going to retrieve exhibit 118 from you. And I'm going to approach with state's exhibits. Let's skip ahead a little bit. We're going to approach with state's exhibit 124. I'm sorry, 122. Here's state's exhibit 122. I'm retrieving state's 118. Could you take a look at state's 122, Detective? Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
So this is a Excel file that was found on the computer.
Okay. You say it's an Excel file. Is there also an attached metadata?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell who the author of the file was?
Yes, the author is Gerhardt Konig.
Okay. And is the entire sorry. And when was this file last, or what's the file name that we're talking about here?
The file name is underscore chat, parenthesis work phone, parenthesis dot XLSX
Okay.
file.
Is this exhibit a true and accurate copy of the metadata along with the XLS, or the file that was attached to this?
Yes, minus the highlighted portion. And then this one's converted from an Excel file to a PDF.
I see. Okay. At this point, the state will move to introduce states 1 through 2 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
Those remark for identification as State's Exhibit 122 is received.
Okay, Detective Unuma, I'm going to put the metadata page for states 122 on the screen. I apologize, the screen is now single pages, but only looking at. I apologize. All right, I'm going to put states 122 on the screen at page 1. Okay. Can you tell us when this file, this chat work phone file, was last accessed?
It was last accessed on January 3rd, 2025 at 2:01 p.m.
And could you explain to us the file path to find this document?
Okay, so this one is under the user Pony. It's in the Dropbox application. In the active projects, under the folder, new folder, and that's where you find the Excel file.
And could you tell us, or does the metadata tell you when this file was created?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
It was created on December 24, 2024 at 12:49 p.m.
Okay. And going through the rest of the document, is it, what does it contain?
So it contained a chat messages between Jeff Miller and Ariel Konig.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move us along to State's Exhibit 133 now, Detective. I'm going to approach you with that exhibit, and it's been shown to defense.
133, huh?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, sorry, 23.
Okay, and I'm going to approach with State's 1, 2, 3, Detective. Could you take a look at that, please?
Yes.
Detective, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So this is a text file that was located on the user device G Konig.
Okay, and what was the name of the file?
The file name was underscore chat, parenthesis, pers, phone, parenthesis, dot txt file.
Okay, and Detective Inuma, I know we just did States 122, which was chat work phone.
Mm-hmm.
What is contained in chat purse phone?
So it also contains text messages between Jeff Miller and Ariel Konig.
All right, and for the exhibit that you have up there with you, States 123, is there both the metadata attached to the user activity with regards to this file as well as the file?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the metadata that you saw on the software along with the file?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves exhibit 123 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
The remark for identification as State's Exhibit 123 is admitted into evidence.
Okay, I'm going to publish And Detective Uno, we're not going to go through the entire chat this time either, but can you go through when this was created, the file path, and then when it was last accessed?
Yes, okay. So it was created on December, right here, December 8, 2024 at 3:18 p.m. And then this is the file path to retrieve the document. So this is the user G. Konig, goes in the Dropbox application under the folder active projects, subfolder, and then this is where we're able to recover the document.
Okay. And when was the document last accessed by the user?
It was last accessed on January 7th, 2025 at 9:06 a.m.
Okay. And then again, you said that the attached file is the messages.
Yes.
Okay. We'll keep moving, Detective. I'm going to retrieve Exhibit 123 from you, and I'm going to approach with Exhibit 124. I'm going to hand Exhibit 123 to the clerk. Okay, Detective, could you look through State's Exhibit 124 for us, please? Okay, have you had a chance to look through the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and what have I just handed you?
So these are documents found under the same device, under the username G. Konig, and it contains documents relating to wedding.
To a wedding?
Yes, to a wedding.
Okay. And is this exhibit both metadata as well as attachments?
Yes.
Okay. Does every metadata have an attachment?
Yes.
Okay. Are the exhibits true and accurate copies of the metadata along with the attachments?
Yes.
And again, any highlighting doesn't mean anything, right?
Yeah, the highlighted doesn't mean anything. Just usually for search purpose.
Okay. At this point, the state will move to enter State's Exhibit 124.
Mr. Puckett,
No objection.
for the mark for identification of State's Exhibit 124 is received into evidence.
Okay. I'm going to publish the first page of State's 124. Detective Unumo, could you tell us the title of this document that's we have the metadata here for on the first page?
Yes, the title is called the W, and I think it's a 0223 parenthesis GK parenthesis, and then it's an Excel file.
Okay. And could you tell us who the author of the document is?
So the author is, it's right over here, Worth and AI, or right over here.
Okay. Could you tell us who the last author is?
The last author is Gerhardt Konig.
Okay. And could you tell us the last modified date?
The last modified date is right over here, February 23rd, 2018 at 6:18 a.m.
Okay. And then could you tell us when, I'm sorry, I'm going to have you keep pointing,
Okay.
when this Excel spreadsheet was last viewed by the user on this laptop?
Yes, so it was last accessed on December 30, 2024 at 7:29 p.m.
Okay. And with regards to this spreadsheet, what's in the spreadsheet?
So in the spreadsheet, it's like an Excel spreadsheet. So it has multiple tabs. It talks about who's going to be the guest list, what type of floor, the venue, everything you see on wedding planning.
Okay. I'm going to move forward, Detective, to page number 11. All right. Detective, could you tell us what the document in this is?
So the document name is The W0225 parenthesis GK parenthesis, and it's a Excel file.
Okay. Is this the same Excel file as the one that we just talked about?
It's not the exact same, but it's very similar.
Okay. When was this file last accessed?
It was last accessed on January 22, 2025 at 6:25 a.m.
Okay. And the actual attached file is not attached to this exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we just have the metadata for this file.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to page number 12. What is the file name here?
The file name is Worthington Konig Waiting Room Block 9 period 14 period 18, and it's a PDF file.
Okay. And when was this file last accessed by the user?
It was last accessed on January 22, 2025 at 3:04 p.m.
Okay. And is this file attached to the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to page 13. And we're going to go to page 14 and publish page 15, publish page 16, and 17. So what does this file appear to be?
Appears to be like a contract for the wedding.
Is it for booking venue?
Yes.
We're going to go to page, I'm sorry, we still have a little bit more, 18 of the exhibit. All right, now we're at page 19 of State's Exhibit 124. What file are we talking about here?
So this is an Excel file. The file name is the W0201 parenthesis GK parenthesis.
And could you tell us when this file was last accessed?
It was last accessed on February 24, 2025 at 6:16 a.m.
Okay. And is the actual spreadsheet attached to this exhibit?
No.
Okay, is this the same spreadsheet that we were talking about earlier with the other similar numbers?
Yeah, so when I was looking at everyone, it appears to be very similar. Just certain numbers were different.
Okay. Publishing page number 20. All right. And sorry, I'm going to just keep us moving as much as we can, Detective. We're going to go to 21. Essentially, are all these pages of this exhibit related to a wedding?
Yes.
And the wedding between Gerhardt Konig and Ariel Konig, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll pause this exhibit for now, and we'll move on to the next one, Detective. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 125.
Yeah, stop. Yeah.
State's 125.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to approach with States 125 and retrieve 124. Okay, could you briefly go through that exhibit and take a look?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize the exhibit I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this?
So this contains documents relating to the user or the couple's financial history, investment account, life insurance, and any kind of benefits.
All right, and do you in this exhibit have both the metadata along with the attached files?
Yes.
And is this exhibit a true and accurate copy of the metadata along with attached files that you viewed on item number 48, the laptop you examined in this case?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves exhibit 125 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. With the mark for identification as State Exhibit 125 is received.
Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to try and move us forward a little bit in this. So we're going to just do a couple pages from this exhibit. So we're going to start with page 1. Could you tell us what the file name is here?
So the file name is Westinghouse 2022. It's on January 31st, and it's a PDF file.
Okay. Can you tell us when this file was last accessed?
It was last accessed on December 15th, 2024 at 8:17 a.m.
Okay. And could you tell us the file path to get there?
Yes, so the file path under the username G. Konig in the Dropbox application, under the folder The Big Love Party and Other Super Fun Stuff, under the subfolder of taxes 2022 taxes, and this is the document AK pay stub. Sorry, this is the folder and then this is the actual document.
So the actual document is Westinghouse 2022-1-31.
Yes.
And the folder that document is in is called AK Pay Stubs?
Yes.
All right. We're going to go to page 2 of the exhibit. Is this the actual document that that page is referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a pay stub?
Yes.
Right. Who is this pay stub for?
The pay stubs for Ariel Konig.
Right. All right.
Yeah,
We're
it
going
has
to do
it right over
page
here.
3. And then we're going to skip around a little bit, Detective. So page 3. What document is being accessed here?
So the document file name is Westinghouse 2022 November 30. It's a PDF file.
Okay. And when was this file accessed by the user?
It was last accessed on December 21st, 2024 at 2:49 p.m.
Okay. And we're going to go to the file, Detective. Who is this, or what does this file show?
So this appears to be some kind of investment file for Ariel Konig.
Okay. We're going to skip ahead a couple pages, Detective. To page... Okay, we're going to skip ahead to page 11, if we could. I'll put it up on the screen for you. Okay, Detective,
Okay.
what is the file name that we're looking at here?
So the file name is Westinghouse 2022. It's March 31st PDF file.
Okay. And what date is the user last accessing this file?
It was last accessed on December 31st, 2024 at 8:38 p.m.
Okay, Detective, are there any other activities that we've talked about so far that occurred on December 31st, 2024 at just around that time?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
So under the user G. Konig, the pay stub for Ariel Konig was viewed, and also too a divorce file was viewed too.
Okay, I'm going to put them both up on the screen together. So we'll keep State's Exhibit 125 on the screen right there, Detective. And we're going to put States 113 on the right side of the screen. And on States 113, we're going to scroll ahead to page 2. All right. Is these the two activities that are happening at the same time or a similar time, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. So on the left side, we have States 125. And what is the file for that one again?
The one on the left is Westinghouse 2022. It's on March 31st PDF file.
Okay. And on the right side, what file is that again?
So the file name is PK Chase SW 2016-01 statement PDF, and it's a PDF file.
Okay. And got it. All right, I'm going to take both photos down. And I'm going to go back to Exhibit 125, Detective.
Sorry, what the number?
We're going back to 125.
125. Okay, thank you.
All right, and almost done with this exhibit, Detective. Okay, I'm going to publish page number 24 of this exhibit. Detective, what is the file name we're looking at on page 24?
The file name is 2018-04 Wealth Front Statement. It's a PDF file.
Okay. Is the PDF file attached to this exhibit?
Yes.
When did the user of this, when did the user G. Konig on this laptop last access this file?
It was last accessed on March 14th, 2025 at 3:46 p.m.
Okay. We're going to go to page 25. What does this file, or what does this file appear to be?
Appears to be like a personal account for the user or the person, Ariel Worthington.
This is an account statement for Ariel Worthington?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then last pages for this exhibit, Detective, page number 36. I'm sorry, we'll skip that. Okay, I'm going to retrieve that exhibit from you, Detective. And we have got time for one more before lunch. We got states 1, 2, 6 showing to defense counsel. May I approach?
Yes.
Heading 1, 2, 6. Can you take a look through that, Detective?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
So this is a PDF file containing information about retirement.
Okay. And is this exhibit both the metadata as well as portions of the attached file?
Yes.
Okay. And all right, is this a true and accurate copy of the metadata as well as the portions of the file that you found on the laptop during your examination in this case?
Yes, and I think one part was the highlighted, but you just got to remove the highlight.
Okay. At this point, the state will move to enter 1, 2, 6 into evidence.
Okay. No objection. Furthermore, for identification of states exhibit 126 is received.
Okay. And we'll hold off on publishing for now. And Detective Inuma, our last one for now will be states 1, 2, 7. So I'm going to approach with 1, 2, 7. I'm going to head 1, 2, 6 to the court. Okay, Detective, you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this was a PDF file that was found on the user G. Konig under the Dropbox. This is basically the intake form for a marriage counselor and family therapy service.
And when is the date on this document?
The date on this document is January 29, 2025.
Is this exhibit just the document, or is it document and the metadata?
So for this one, it's just a document.
Okay. And where did you find this document on the computer?
So that was the one I mentioned earlier. So it was under the username G. Konig, under the Dropbox.
Okay. Does the document itself indicate who prepared the document?
So at the last, let me double check. Yeah, so on the last page, it's electronically typed as Gerhardt Konig.
Okay.
It was dated on January 29, 2025.
Okay. Are there any redactions from this document?
There's one redaction.
And what is that?
It's the last four of the social security number.
Okay. Other than that, redactions, is this document a true and accurate copy of the document that you found on the laptop pursuant to your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, we'll move States Exhibit 127 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
1 second, Mr. Gardner. Yes. So just to be clear, I'm sorry.
There's-
Again, you don't need to bring it up, but as long as it's. Okay. No objection.
What has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 1 from the stand?
Okay. And
So Garner, is this a good time for a break?
this is a great time for a break.
So ladies and gentlemen, another long stretch. Take our lunch break. Leave your notebooks on your chair. See if there's ropes. We're talking a bit about this case. Keep an open mind. We're not trying to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. I'll just come back at 1:30. Slightly longer lunch. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. See you at 1:30. All right. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Detective Inuma is on the stand, still under oath. Mr. Werner, whenever you're ready, we'll continue on with your direct examination.
I apologize. I'll just take a moment. Okay. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
All right, there's a couple exhibits I want to follow up on that we talked about this morning. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. Thank you. Shown to defense. May I approach?
Yes, please.
Okay.
This one.
And I'll remove State's Exhibit 127 and hand that to the clerk. Okay, could you take a look through that exhibit, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. And could you let us know what the exhibit is?
So the exhibit is a Microsoft Word document, and then this is the one we were talking earlier, which is the file name. It's a 2018 taxes gknotes.docs.
Okay. And is this both the metadata as well as the actual document?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate copy of the metadata?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the actual document?
Yes.
And this is what you found, again, looking at item number 42, the laptop in this case.
Yes.
Okay, at this point, the state moves Exhibit 114 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
Okay. What has been identified as State's Exhibit 114 is received into evidence.
Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to publish the first page of the document, which is the metadata on the screen up there. Okay. First of all, could you start us off? Tell us the name of the document we're talking about.
So the document name is 2018 taxes gknotes.docs. So it's a Word document file.
Okay. And could you tell us who the author is?
The author is Gerhardt Konig.
And Detective Inuma, could you, I'm sorry, when was the document last viewed?
Okay. So it was last accessed on this date, which is December 26, 2024 at 6:47 a.m.
Okay. Detective Inuma, could you walk us through the file path for this document as well?
Yeah, so the file path is under the user key Konig. It's under the Dropbox application, under the file, the Big Love Party and other super fun stuff. Subfolder is taxes. Another subfolder for 2018 taxes, and then the document is located right over here.
Got it. Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to take the exhibit down from the screen right there, and I'm going to ask you if you could read from the document. And does the document, what is the document in general?
So a document is, it's like an official, it could be official, non-official, but it's just basically what we use to have information like
I'm
data.
so sorry. That was a bad question. What is this document,
This document
generally about?
Yeah, so this document contains notes and information regarding 2018 taxes.
Okay. And Social Security numbers have been redacted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you read for us the amount of alimony paid in 2018 from this document?
So the alimony is $6,000.
Could you read for us the amount of child support paid according to this document?
$29,112.
Okay, and again, what year is this document referencing?
It reference 2018.
Okay, thank you, Detective. I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you on the stand. And the next exhibit I'm going to hand you is going to be State's Exhibit 124. And I'll hand that up to you, and while you're flipping through, I'll give the old exhibit to the clerk.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Detective. Have you reviewed the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and again, is this one of the exhibits you viewed this morning?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the file, or is this exhibit a combination of both files and metadata?
Yes.
Okay, and as you testified before, this exhibit is about weddings, right?
Yes.
And this is about the wedding between Gerhardt Konig and Errol Konig, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the metadata contained in this exhibit is a true and accurate copy of what you found using the Axiom software, is that correct?
Yes, minus the highlighted word.
Got it. And the attachments, the files attached, are they also true and accurate according to what you found on the laptop?
Yes. So that it was the Excel file, and it was just converted into a PDF file.
Got it. Okay. At this point, the state will move to enter states 1, 2, 4.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
What is the mark for identification of states exhibit 124 is received?
Okay. We'll keep moving, Detective. I'm going to approach with our next exhibit, and I'll retrieve 124 from you. Next exhibit is 116. Going to Defense Counsel. I'm retrieving 124. It's a big stack of papers I gave you. Can you just thumb through it real quick?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
So this is a Word document that was located under username G Konig. The title is called GK Action Items Daily, parenthesis 2018 to 2021, and it's a docs file. So it's a Word document.
Okay. So it's a Word document. Can you tell from the metadata who the author is?
Yes. The author is Gerhardt Konig.
Okay. And could you tell us, I'm sorry, when the file was last accessed?
It was last accessed on December 3rd, 2024 at 2:36 p.m.
Okay. And is the metadata part of this exhibit true and accurate copy of the metadata you found on the laptop, item number 48?
Yes.
Is the attachment a true and accurate copy of the Word document you found attached to this metadata on the laptop?
Yes.
Okay. And it is a rather lengthy document, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's a rather lengthy document,
Oh,
is that
yes.
right? It's more than 100 pages, right?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the state will move, or will move Exhibit 116 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
What is the mark for identification of states exhibit 116 is received into evidence?
All right, thank you. Just a moment. Okay, thank you, Detective. Just a couple more to go. I'm going to go and retrieve Exhibit 116 from you, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 119 120 and 121. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you recognize the three discs I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay. Before testifying today, did you review what's on those discs?
Yes.
Okay. And what is on those discs?
So it contains a zip file. So basically a bunch of files combined together and placed in a zip file. So a zip file is like a container. You put everything inside and you zip it up, and it decompresses and allows it to be sent via email.
Okay. And is there also metadata contained on those discs?
Yes.
Okay. And in each of those discs, what is the metadata show?
So it shows the date and the time where these items were attached. It's under WhatsApp, and it was under Jeff Miller. There was a series 1, 2, and 3, and it was sent from the user of this device to the person, the same user of the device.
Clarify, Detective. Are we talking about an email here?
Yes, this one is an email.
Okay. So who was the email from?
So the email is from the user, well, the email address was gkonig@proinbox.com.
Okay. And who was the recipient?
It was also the same one. It's gkonig@proinbox.com.
Okay. So, and is that true for each of these three exhibits?
Yes.
So each of these three exhibits is an email that the user of the email address gkonig@proinbox.com sent to themselves.
Yes.
Okay. Did you review these exhibits to make sure that they are fair and accurate, decompressed zip files?
Yes.
Okay. Is the metadata on each of these exhibits a true and accurate copy of the metadata that you saw while examining the laptop?
Yes.
Are those three zip files, do you remember the names of them?
I know it was WhatsApp, and then it was Jeff, and then it was a 1, and then there's it's a zip file.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know like offhand the accuracy of the file name, but then there was a WhatsApp Jeff 2, and then there's a WhatsApp Jeff 3, and they're all zip files.
Okay. Got it. And are the contents of those files contained in an individual folder on each disk?
Yes.
Okay. And then is the metadata also contained on each disk?
Yes.
After you reviewed the disks, did you sign and date them?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, the state moves Exhibit 119, 120, and 121 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
The order to mark for identification of states exhibits 119, 120, and 121 will be received.
Okay. Detective Numa, I'm quickly just going to publish the metadata for each of those exhibits, okay? So
Yes.
We're going to start with Exhibit 119, and I'm going to publish the metadata that's contained on that exhibit. All right. So when we look at the file name, can you tell us, now that you actually see the data, what is the file name in Exhibit 119?
Yes, the file name is WhatsApp chat-jeffmiller.zip.
Okay. And when was this email sent?
This was sent on December 24, 2024 at 12:26 p.m.
Okay. And then everything else on the disk is what's contained in that WhatsApp chat Jeff Miller zip file, correct?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. We're going to publish the metadata from States Exhibit 120. All right. Detective Inuma, what was the file name of this under States Exhibit 120?
So the file name is WhatsApp chat-jeffmiller2.zip.
Okay. And can you tell us when this email was sent?
Yes, it was sent on December 24, 2024 at 12:20 p.m.
Okay. And we'll move on, Detective, to the metadata from States Exhibit 121. All right, could you tell us what the file name is for this?
Yes, the file name is WhatsApp chat-jeffmiller3.zip.
Okay. And can you tell us which date this email was sent?
It was sent on December 24, 2024 at 12:20 p.m.
I'm going to take the exhibit down. One second. Okay, Detective. Thank you for answering my questions. I have no further questions. Did your examination of a laptop take place in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions for me at this time.
Can I have 114, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have it? No. Thank you. Do you have 114? Thank you.
Whenever you're ready with cross-examination, Mr. Roberto.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon,
Good
Detective.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell me how you pronounce your last name? Is it Inuma or Iinuma?
It's Inuma.
Excuse me?
Inuma.
Inuma.
Yeah, Long I.
Okay. So, you're a detective with the Honolulu Police Department, yes?
Yes.
And it was a few hours, maybe 4 or 5 hours ago, but what kind of expert were you qualified to be today?
It's a digital forensic.
Digital forensics, right?
Yes.
As in, you get a search warrant as a detective, you go through someone's computer, search relevant terms, trying to find evidence that is relevant or helpful to the prosecution, yes?
Yes.
And in this case, you talked about artifacts, as in files, is that right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that your search through the Axiom program, you collected over 7,000 files, yes?
It was 9,000. Sorry, it was 7,941 files.
7,900 files from the computer that you believe belongs to Gerhardt Konig, yes?
Yes.
And then of those 7,900 something files, you sifted through it looking for the ones that you believe would be the most relevant to the prosecution, correct?
Yes.
And the prosecutor worked with you on that, yes?
I worked with the lead investigator.
I'm sorry, the detective Spacek, is that right?
Yes.
And the ones you went through today, it's the best you guys could come up with, yes?
Yes.
The search warrant, it's not like you can just go through anything and everything on a computer. The search warrant has terms that you're limited to search, yes?
Yes.
And the lead investigator, these terms are developed based off of what you guys think you're looking for might be helpful to the case, yes?
Yes.
And so, for example, in this case, some of the search terms that you're looking for on the computer to see if somebody searched for or looked this up, some of the search terms were danger, death, fall, slip, accident, cliff, kill, die. Those are some of the search terms that the lead detective put in the warrant that you guys are trying to comb through this computer, trying to see if we can find searches for death, falls, accident, cliff. Those are some of the search terms that you guys are looking for, right?
Yes.
Okay, and again, today you went through what you found, right?
Yes.
And there were other search terms as well that had Ariel's name, yes?
Yes.
And Miller's name, yes?
Yes.
And because the idea is you're looking through a computer, maybe somebody searched, hikes that people fell off and died on before. That's the kind of stuff you're looking for, right?
Yes.
Another group of search terms that was included in the warrant, detective, were syringe, vial, undetectable, incapacitate. Those are some of the search terms that you guys thought, let's go look through this computer and see if we can find stuff related to that, correct?
Yes.
One of the search terms, detective, was hike, right?
Yes.
And as you indicated, between February 28th, 2025 and March 4th, 2025, there was about, you went through some searches about hikes, correct?
Yes.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 110, please. Okay, so if we could, Mr. Dirks, if you could zoom in on this top 3 or 4 up there, please. Okay. Did it get bigger? Or?
Yes.
One
I see
second.
it.
Is there a way can you make that bigger? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, it's all right. So some of the searches said Maui hikes, Oahu Spring Trail, Hale Maui Trail. So there were searches related to Maui hikes as well. Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware that Dr. Konig would go on hikes with his son on Maui often?
No.
Were you aware that he would go on hikes with his wife and family on Maui?
No.
And on that same exhibit, you see on the bottom there? Can you blow up that bottom under URL, Mr. Dirks, please? The whole thing, please. No, I'm including this part, please. Okay. Okay. So this is from your search, some of the searches that was done on hikes, correct?
Yes.
And so, for example, best hikes on Oahu was searched, right?
Yes.
10 best trails and hikes on Oahu came up, yeah?
Yes.
Easy hike on Oahu came up, yes?
Yes.
Top 10 easy hikes for everyone, yes?
Yes.
35 hikes on Oahu, yes?
Yes.
Palipuka hike on Oahu, yes?
Yes.
Wili Wili Nui Ridge Trail hike on Oahu, right? That was something that came up?
Yes.
And difficult hikes on Oahu. Those were what you found when you're looking up what he searched about hikes, right?
Yes.
There was nothing about most dangerous trails on Oahu that you found, correct? In this part.
In this part, yes.
Okay. And it's true, you can zoom out of there, Mr. Dirks, thank you. The last time according to you, that you found that he searched about hikes was on March 4th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And you understand the incident in this case was on March 24th, 2025, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So from what you saw, it's not like he kept going back and looking at more and looked at different ones more leading up to after March 4th, correct?
Yes.
Now, if somebody wanted to go on a hike on Oahu, they might search for hikes, right?
Yes.
Detective, we went through Exhibit 105, if we could pull up 105. And this was the one with the Reddit, I guess, is it a website or is Reddit a website?
So it's a website. It's an online social media platform.
It's like online social media, right?
Something like a Facebook.
Something like a Facebook where I think you said you can go to it and get advice on certain topics or see what other people have to say about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, for whatever, if you wanted to learn about, any certain topic and see how people else have dealt with it, you might go on there and see what people have to say, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, he's on, at least what you found on the computer, as one after infidelity. Let's go to the next page if we can, okay? As one after infidelity, let's go to the next page. Next page. Okay. And next page. Next page. Okay. So there's all these things having to do with infidelity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Why did you do it? He's trying to look that up, yes?
Yes.
Next page. Okay, next page. Peer support. advice and removals. He's looking up peer support related to infidelity, correct?
Yes.
We can take that down. The term DARVO, you mentioned, can you tell us what that, your understanding what that means?
Yes. So, from my understanding from reading, Reddit and then Google
Yeah,
search.
what does it stand for?
So, deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender. So it's from my understanding, it was as an abuser, you're trying to avoid accountability.
So, for example, dealing with infidelity, the person who had the affair is trying to avoid accountability, trying to deny, trying to reverse it on the person that got cheated on, right?
Yes.
Could we pull up 113, please? So you brought up this exhibit, and you said that it's in the Dropbox, and it's part of, I guess you said a file divorce, and then hearing support, and then there's sub-files going all the way down to Bank of America Amex statement, correct?
Yes.
And that's the file name that was open. Bank of America Amex statement, right?
Yes.
It's a credit card statement, right?
Yes.
That happened to be in this chain of files, right? This was in there, right?
Yes.
But at least from what you pulled it, I mean, it was a credit card statement he was looking at, right?
Yes.
Now, we can take that down, Mr. Dirks. Thank you. So I wanted to ask you this, Detective, because I just want to make sure that we're not that we're painting an accurate picture here, okay? The search warrant, you can only seize files that the search warrant terms allow you to seize, correct?
Yes.
So, it's not as though you're giving us a holistic picture of everything he was looking at during that time period, correct?
Yes.
It's only the ones that you could seize, right?
Yes.
For example, one of the search term was Gerhardt Konig, yes?
Yes.
Gerhardt Konig was not a search term, correct?
Yes.
So, when we looked at, and you said, well, this day he was looking up her retirement account, you could seize that, right?
Yes.
But your Axiom program, if he was also either right then or close by looking at also other financial documents like his retirement accounts, their taxes, their life insurance related to him, Axiom wouldn't seize that, you wouldn't have that, you couldn't present that to the jury, correct?
Can you rephrase that question one more time?
If there was a file that didn't have Ari's name on it, on his computer, but he was looking at, for example, his retirement roughly around that same time period he was looking at hers, you wouldn't be able to seize the one from him because it had his name on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you agree that when we're looking at these things, context kind of matters, right? Context matters.
Yes.
And what we've gone through is just certain things he might have been looking at during that time period, but not all, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, if he was doing financial planning to decide how much more life insurance they needed to get, each of them, to make sure that based off of their salary, based off of their retirement, if something happened to either of them, they could pay for the house in order to make sure the kids had a house, and he was looking at all these financial documents, and half of them were his, you're only able to show us the ones that had her name on it, right?
Yes, based on the search warrant, yes.
Could we pull up 114, please? Oh, I'm sorry. I think, is that the one I grabbed? I think that's the one I grabbed. Actually, it's not put, because, yeah. So 114, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, 114 was the document entitled 2018 Taxes for Gerhardt and Ariel Konig, right?
Yes.
And there are, it's multiple pages long, right?
Yes.
And it has multiple sections to it, correct?
Yes.
It talks about when they were married. It has their plug-in electric vehicle and their tax credit from that, yes?
Yes.
It has the refinancing and of the principal residence. It has information about the principal residence and the refinancing, correct?
Yes.
It had charitable contributions and how much they donated to charity that year, right?
Yes.
It has his income on it, right?
Yes.
It has his withholdings from his W-2 on it, right?
Yes.
And the real estate taxes they paid to under 1098 form, yes?
Yes.
It had the 2017 federal income taxes they paid, right?
Yes.
It talks about some investment and investment loss that they had that year, right?
Yes.
It has things from their W-2 from University of Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
And then it has information about Gerhardt Konig on there, about, again, the principal residence, home mortgage interest, education information, healthcare information. It has all of that in this document, right?
Yes.
And out of this whole document, you're only asked about the part that where how much alimony and child support was paid that year, right?
Yes.
Okay, but there's a lot more other information on here, right?
Yes.
You don't know what information on here he was looking at when he pulled this up on his computer, do you?
That's correct.
One second, detective. You also were only able to search for, because of a search warrant, and it's not your fault, it's just what the search warrant allowed, for a specific time, right?
Yes.
So I think it was December 1st to March 24th, right?
It's 24. Yes, correct.
So you weren't able to go back and see, okay, well, is this normal? Does he often go to these files and look up his tax information or the retirement information or any of these files? Is this a normal practice of his, every month or so? You weren't able to go back and see that, were you?
Yeah, that question would be for the lead detective.
No, I know, I'm not blaming you. I'm just, you only did what you were allowed to do, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you weren't able to go back into, from January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October of 2024. You can only go from December to March, right?
Yes.
One second, might be almost done. Okay, detective, thank you for your time all morning and part of this afternoon. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gardner, any redirect? Briefly, go ahead.
Okay, Detective Inuma, you were asked about the date range for when you saw the user G. Konig searching for hike information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that date range you asked about was February 28th through March 4th, is that right?
Yes.
That's 5 days, right?
Yes.
Other than those 5 days, in the approximately 4 months that you looked through the laptop with the user Gerhardt Konig, other than those 5 days, was there any other research about hiking that you found?
Not that I recall.
No further questions.
So we're talking any recross based on what was else in the door.
No, thank you, detective.
Detective, thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Watch that step. You can leave everything up there. Thank you. Mr. Gardner, state's next witness.
The state calls Emil Konig. Before we call, can I remove the exhibits from the witness stand?
Please.
Someone else for it. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Please have a seat.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to scoot forward as much as you can and to speak as much in the microphone as you can, okay?
Okay.
All right, can you start off by stating your name, please?
Emil Konig.
Is it okay if I call you Emil for the rest of my questions today?
It is.
Okay. Emil, what do you do for work?
I work for Maui Health
Maui Health.
as a clerk.
As a clerk, you said? And how long have you been doing that?
About 2 months now.
And where do you live?
On Kahului, Maui.
Is that at 19 Pu'uehu Place?
Correct.
Who do you live with?
With my stepmother and my 2 brothers.
Your stepmother, who is that?
Ariel Konig.
Are you related to any person involved in this case, Emil?
I am.
Okay. Who are you related to?
The defendant.
Is that Gerhardt Konig?
Correct.
And who is Gerhardt Konig to you?
My father.
If you were to see him again, would you be able to recognize him?
I could.
We'll stipulate to identification.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll just move on then. All right, Emil, just over a year ago, on the morning of March 24th, 2025, where were you?
I was at home.
Normally, who lives in that house with you? Or on that date, who normally lived in that house with you?
My dad, my stepmom, 2 little brothers.
On the morning of March 24th, 2025, was your dad and your stepmom home?
No.
Okay. Do you know where they were that day?
Oahu. Here.
They were on Oahu?
Mhm.
Do you know why the defendant and Ariel were visiting Oahu?
For Ariel's birthday.
Do you know when Ariel's birthday is?
The March 24th.
So, was anybody else staying at the house in Kahului with you on that morning?
Yes. Babysitter. For the little kids.
Got it. On the morning of March 24th, 2025, did you receive any calls from either Ariel or the defendant?
I did.
Okay. And which was it?
From the defendant.
Who contacted who?
Defendant contacted me.
What type of call was it?
A FaceTime call.
When you say FaceTime call, is that on the Apple iPhone?
Correct.
Was this call a FaceTime voice call or a FaceTime video call?
FaceTime video call.
How many times or how many calls were there from the defendant to you on March 24th, 2025?
2.
And what times were the 2 calls at?
I couldn't recall exactly.
Okay. Did you provide a statement to a Maui detective
I did.
regarding this incident? Okay, regarding those calls?
Yes.
And in that statement, did you tell the detective what time those calls were?
Yes, I did.
Would seeing that statement help you refresh your recollection as to when those 2 calls were?
It would.
Okay. I'll pull a page number here. Okay, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 170. Page number 3 and page number 4. Okay, may I approach? Please. Okay. Emil, could you quickly read pages 3 and 4 of this document? And when you're done reading, just look up, okay? Okay. Is your recollection refreshed as to when those two calls were?
It is.
Okay, I'm going to retrieve the exhibit, and I'm going to ask you the same question again, okay? All right, I'm going to retrieve exhibit 170 from you. Okay, and Emil, what time were those two video FaceTime calls on March 24, 2025?
The first one was at 10:42 a.m. and the second one was at 11:46 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about the call from 10:42 a.m. first, okay? All right. Where were you when you got the FaceTime video call at 10:42 a.m.?
At home.
That's the same address we talked about earlier.
Correct.
What did you see on the other side of the screen when you picked up that call?
I saw the defendant.
Can you describe the defendant as you saw him on that call?
Wearing sunglasses, dry fit shirt. That's all I saw.
Did you see the area that the defendant was in?
Outside.
And did the defendant tell you anything during that call?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you during that call, as close to word for word as you can remember?
That he would not be making it back to Maui and to take good care of the younger kids, and that Ari, my stepmom, had been cheating on him, and that he tried to kill her.
Okay. That's a lot, but I'm going to break that down a little bit. You said the defendant told you he tried to kill Ariel, is that right?
Correct.
Did he tell you what happened to Ariel?
He did not.
Okay. Did he tell you where she went?
No.
Did the defendant tell you why he tried to kill Ariel?
No.
During this 10:42 a.m. call, did the defendant tell you anything about what he planned to do next?
During that call, the next plan that he said was to jump off the cliff.
And how did you react to hearing that?
I told him not to.
How did you react to the defendant telling you he tried to kill Ariel?
I don't remember what I said.
Do you recall what the defendant told you after he said he tried to kill Ariel?
Not directly after.
Okay. Did he say where Ariel went?
No, just away.
What did he say about Ariel and away?
He said that she had gotten away, and that was all I heard about her location.
Okay. During this first call at 10:42 a.m., did you ask the defendant any questions yourself?
Yes. I asked what was on his shirt, because it looked like I saw splatters of something on his shirt, and he said, oh, it's just her, meaning Ari's blood.
Okay. So far you've told us that the defendant told you he tried to kill Ariel, that Ariel got away, that Ariel was cheating on him, that he planned to jump, and that the blood on the shirt he's told you was Ariel's. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, did I miss anything so far?
No.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else during this call at 10:42 a.m.?
No.
All right. So, Emil, after you get this FaceTime call and after the defendant tells you these things, what did you do?
I went over to my grandparents' house, which is Ariel's parents.
Okay.
Walked over to their house, told them what had happened.
How far away is your grandparents' house away from the Pu'uehu place address you mentioned earlier?
It's like a minute or so walk.
And could you tell us your grandparents' names?
Judith and Peter Mast.
Which of your grandparents did you tell about the call first?
Both. They were both there, so both of them.
What happened after you told Judith and Peter Mast about this 10:42 a.m. call?
The next notable thing is they received a phone call from, I believe it was Queens Hospital, one of the hospitals here.
Later on that day, did you tell anybody else what the defendant told you?
My mom,
Who's your mom?
Jessie Patelare.
Okay. Did you at some point also tell the police what happened that day?
I did.
All right. Do you know where your grandparents ended up going after you told them about this call?
Yeah, here.
They came to Oahu?
Correct.
Okay. All right. You said that there was a second call at 11:46. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. The second call, was this a FaceTime call as well?
Yes.
Okay. And just phone, just audio, or audio and video?
Audio and video.
Did you pick up the call?
I did.
When you picked up this second call at 11:46, what did you see on the screen?
I saw the defendant.
Okay. And can you describe any background that you saw on the scene, if you remember?
Just trees, rocks, the sky. That was it.
During this second phone call at 11:46, what did the defendant tell you, if anything?
He asked me if I had told anybody, and I said yes, and I told him who I had told. And then he said that he was just going to jump, and said that a couple times.
Okay. To be super exact here, Emil, who did you tell the defendant that you told?
I told the that I told my grandparents and my mother.
Okay. So you told them that you told Peter, Judy, and Jesse.
Correct.
Okay. So after the defendant told you he was going to jump a couple times during the second call, how did you respond?
Same way as before. Said not to. I don't know.
You told the defendant not to jump.
Right.
Okay. How did the second call end?
With him saying, with the defendant saying, I'm gonna go before the police catch me.
Did he tell you he was going to hang up? Do you remember that? I'm sorry.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Bad question. Go ahead. All right. Sorry. I just want to clarify, Emil, about the last thing you told me about the police. What exactly did the defendant tell you about the police?
Asked and answered.
Could you clarify what the defendant told you about the police?
That he was, that the police was looking for him. He didn't want to be found.
All right. Did the defendant tell you anything else about his state of mind or what he was thinking?
He said he was at the end of his rope.
Anything else you can remember about that?
Thought about suicide for the last couple months leading, or for the months leading to the 24th of.
For both of these calls we've been talking about, who was the caller?
The defendant.
So at either call, were you the one to dial him up?
No.
All right, Emil, overall, did you choose to get involved in this?
Snapchat or something like that?
Yes.
And who was on that?
I believe just me, my dad, Ariel, and it might have just been those three.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly.
Okay. But you were on it, and they were your dad was sending photos of them on the hike, yes?
Correct.
Letting you know where they were, right? Yes? Well,
No.
I mean, just that they were on a hike, yes?
That they were on a hike, yes, not letting me know that where they were.
Well, yeah, I just meant like showing you pictures of the hike they were on. Maybe
Okay.
That's a better way to word it. Is that right? They were
Yes.
sending you pictures of the hike they were on, yes?
Yes.
And at least at that time, everything seemed normal to you, correct?
Correct.
There was no reason to be concerned at that time, correct?
Correct.
Now you get this call on 10:42, and he's telling you, amongst other things, that he said he's not going to make it back. Yes,
Correct.
and like he was saying goodbye to you. Yes,
Correct.
and you quickly realize that something's wrong, right?
Yes.
You don't know exactly what's going on, but he's also telling you that he's going to jump and commit suicide. Correct?
Correct.
And from what he was, saying, and from what and acting the way what you could gather, you could tell that there was a lot going on in his head. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You could tell that your dad was distressed when he was talking to you. Yes.
No.
Okay. You remember you gave later the day of these calls, you talked to the detective on Maui. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember telling the detective that your dad sounded like he was kind of distressed, trying to stay calm but kind of distressed? Remember saying that to the detective?
No.
Okay. Would seeing the transcript of the interview with the detective help to refresh your memory of what you told the detective?
Yes.
Okay. This is 170, page 4. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. So, Emil, I'm going to show you this transcript. If you can just read lines 14 and 15. Well, if you wanted to start from lines 8 and read down to lines 15, and just read it to yourself, and let me know when you're done. Okay. You remember saying that to the detective?
Yes.
Okay. But as you sit here today, you don't have a recollection of him sounding distressed, is that right?
Didn't sound distressed.
Okay. But you did tell the detective it sounded like he was kind of distressed, right?
And then I said afterwards he sounded calm.
Yeah, you said it sounded like he was kind of distressed, but trying to stay calm. And he did sound calm. That's what you said, right?
Correct.
Kind of distressed, but trying to stay calm, right? Is
Yes.
that right? Okay. Now, he's talking to you, sounds kind of distressed, trying to stay calm. And you said also at some point, said something about he seemed like he was at the end of his rope. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is what he said.
Now, the first call, Emil, when your dad is having this first call with you, from what it was on a FaceTime, right?
Correct.
And there was video, right?
Yes.
So you could see him and kind of whatever was in the camera behind him, right?
Right.
And he's having this call with you. He's right on the edge of what looked like a steep cliff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he's telling you he was going to jump, yes?
Yes.
And did you assume that where he was talking to you at was where the incident with him and Ariel took place? Generally?
I wasn't aware. I
Okay.
wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. But it looked like he was in a steep place that kind of was high, like he had to scale on rocks to get to it, correct?
Correct.
You see blood on your dad's shirt, yes?
Correct.
And he tells you that this was Ariel's blood, yes?
Yes.
And he told you that he was explaining to you about how Ariel had been cheating on him for a couple of months, yes?
Yes.
And he told you that the blood was from her head, correct?
Correct.
And half an hour earlier, everything seemed fine to you, right?
Yes.
Now you're hearing this. You see the blood. You see the steep cliff. He's telling you he's going to jump. And I'm sure it was a pretty emotional, upsetting call. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And it was also a little confusing to you. You're trying to kind of piece together and make sense of what happened. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also trying to convince him not to jump. Correct?
Correct.
This was on FaceTime, and so it was on speakerphone, correct?
Correct. Correct.
After the first call, you then go to Judy and Pete's house, yes?
Yes.
And that's Ariel's parents' house, yes?
Yes.
But you call them your grandparents, correct?
Yes.
You also went to Judy and Pete's house with your girlfriend, right?
Yes.
Is that still your girlfriend?
No.
Okay, your girlfriend at the time, correct?
Yes.
Then maybe about an hour later, your dad calls you again. Is that right?
Yes.
And you guys are talking, and he tells you, he brought it up and asked, and you said, yeah, I told Judy and Pete, and then he starts saying, okay, I'm gonna jump then, or something like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And then he said he needed to go so the police wouldn't find him, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he was telling you he wanted to jump and kill himself, and he wanted to go so the police wouldn't find him. That's what he was saying, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And, after these understandably difficult and emotional calls, later that day, the detectives from Maui contact you, correct?
Yes.
And at least according to it was the interview started at 2:27 p.m., correct? Would seeing the transcript help you remember that?
It would.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Again, 170. So, Emil, if you just read that, this is the start of the interview. Okay, read it to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
Yep.
All right. So the interview started at 2:27 p.m. later that day, correct?
Correct.
And these were not Honolulu Police Department detectives, but Maui Police Department detectives, correct?
As far as I know.
Okay. And, you were able to look on your phone later. Well, you were able to look on your phone and tell the detectives the exact timing of the calls, and that's why you were able to say the first call was 10:42 a.m. and the second call was 11:46 a.m., right?
Yes.
So the interviews with the detectives is at 2:30 or 2:27. So about 4 hours after the 10:42 call, and about 3 hours after the 11:46 call, right? The interview with the detective.
Yes.
Roughly. And, obviously, you didn't record the call with your dad when you guys were having him. You're just listening to him and talking to him about not jumping, right?
Correct.
And you didn't write down any notes after the call, right after, did you?
Correct.
Okay.
I did not.
But you tried your best, 3 to 4 hours later, to describe the call you had with your dad to the detectives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, today, for example, you were asked by Mr. Gardner, after he was talking to you about jumping, you were asked, what did you say back to him? And I think you said, I don't remember what I said right after that. You remember saying that just a little while ago?
Yes.
Okay, so as you see there today, there's parts of the exact wording and timing of what was said that you don't quite remember exactly verbatim word for word, correct?
Yes.
And for example, you were asked by Mr. Gardner about, what he said after a certain point, and there are things that you don't recall exactly what your dad said after certain parts of the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you tried your best to explain to the detectives what you understood your dad to have been saying, correct?
Yes.
But to be clear, it wasn't like an exact word for word, verbatim of the entire conversation, but you did your best, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For example, in an effort to do your best to explain to the detectives on Maui what happened, you initially told the detectives that your dad told you he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff. You remember initially saying that to the detective?
Yes.
Okay. And that was what you had kind of assumed, given the things that he told you and where he was on the cliff. That's what you assumed that he meant, right? At least when you said that to the detective, right?
Can you repeat that question?
So when you initially told the detective, my dad told me he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff, that's what you assumed your dad had meant, correct? When he said that, you assumed your dad meant that he had tried to. Let me phrase it this way. You remember telling the detective initially that your dad told you he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff. You remember telling the detective that?
Yes.
Okay. But later on, in the conversation, in the interview, when the detective asked you about that, you clarified and you said the part about pushing her off the cliff was what you assumed he meant, and not what he had actually said, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then when the prosecutor asked you questions about it, you said at some point he said something about she got away, right? Something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone tell you about the two witnesses that had testified that when she was moving away from him, he didn't try to stop her? Did anyone tell you that?
Can you repeat that?
Did anyone tell you that about how the witnesses that were there testified when when she was moving away from him, he didn't try to stop her?
At what point?
Can we approach?
No. Over.
Did anybody share that information with you?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a few more questions, Emil, and then we'll be done, okay? You were asked by Mr. Gardner about how after the incident you flew to Pittsburgh to be with your mom, Jessica. You remember that?
Yes.
And was it later that night?
Yes.
Okay. But you did return to live on Maui sometime thereafter?
Yes.
Maybe in a few weeks? How long were you in Pittsburgh? Couple weeks?
Couple weeks. I couldn't tell you the exact date.
Okay, but within a month you were back on Maui.
Correct.
And you, at the time, you had moved to Maui with your dad and Ariel when you were in high school, yes?
Yes.
And that was something that you chose to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were in Pittsburgh with where your dad was and your mom, Jessica, was, correct?
Yes.
And you chose to move to Maui to be with your dad and Ariel, yes?
Yes.
And so by the time we get to 2025, how long had you been on Maui, roughly?
2 years at that point.
Okay. You had a girlfriend at the time, yes?
I did.
You had made friends on Maui, yes?
I did.
Your 2 younger brothers were there, yes?
Yes.
You had a job on Maui in March of 2025?
I did.
What kind of job?
I worked at Chick-fil-A
Okay.
at the time.
Were you going to school?
I was not.
Okay. And you liked it on Maui, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your options were to stay in Pittsburgh with your mom. You could have done that, right?
Yes.
Jessica, right? If you could have stayed in Pittsburgh with her if you chose to, right?
Correct.
Or you could come back to Maui, where your friends were and your girlfriend was, but to do that you would have to live with Ariel, right? To come back to Maui, you could come back to Maui and live with Ariel, right?
It was an option, yes.
Yeah, it was an option. And over the last year, since this incident, you have continued to live with Ariel, correct?
Yes.
You also would see Ariel's parents, Judy and Pete, regularly over the last year, correct?
Correct.
And you refer to them as your grandparents, yes?
Yes.
And you, they came with you to court today, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And over the last year, though, you've limited your contact with your dad's side of the family, correct? You haven't seen them much, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Your grandparents, you haven't seen them much in the last year, have you? Or talked to them much?
I have done both of those things.
Okay. How often have you seen them?
Probably seen them
Since the incident.
since the incident 2 or 3 times.
Okay. The most recent time was when they were going to come to see you play roller hockey on the mainland, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that?
Irvine.
And when was that? Roughly.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. I mean, it was in 2025?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it was 2026.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant, that's what I meant. Sorry.
It was
in
2026.
It was in 2026?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're into roller hockey. You played a lot.
Yeah.
And you traveled to California earlier this year for a tournament, right?
I did.
Your grandma and grandpa, your dad's parents were going to meet you in Irvine to watch some of your games, right?
Yep.
And when they got there, Ariel's parents, Judy and Pete, had traveled with you up there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have not spoken to your dad since the incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Emil. That's all the questions I have for you.
Can you read over?
Yes. Right. Emil, one of the things that you were just asked about on cross-examination was the fact that you didn't tell the detective on Maui that the defendant told you that Ariel got away. Is that right?
I didn't ask that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't ask that.
Is my memory wrong?
Ask the question. See if
Well,
you
can we approach?
were asked about on cross-examination this being a confusing FaceTime call. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were clarify more for us right here, Emil. Was there any confusion about the defendant telling you he tried to kill Ariel?
Can you reword that?
Sure. Did you have any confusion about that statement by the defendant?
Was I confused at all? Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me repeat it. Is there any confusion in your mind about the defendant making that statement that he tried to kill Ariel?
Now?
In general.
Yes.
Okay, could you explain?
I didn't expect it.
I'm sorry. I think I'm phrasing my questions poorly, Emil. Is there any doubt in your mind about the defendant telling you he tried to kill Ariel?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross based on what was asked on your direct?
No, thank you, Emil.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's take our afternoon recess. Have you come back at 3 o'clock. Leave your notebooks in your chair. All right.
Gerhardt Konig, 1 CPC-25-373. Dr. Konig is present in court with all 4 counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Garner, state's next witness.
The state calls Peter Mast.
Can you please raise your right hand?
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, and as you testify today, could you please speak into the microphone as much as possible?
I will do that.
And first things first, could you please state your name?
My name is Peter Mast.
And what do you do for work, Mr. Mast?
I'm an engineer. I work part-time for a company providing business consultation, about a quarter time.
And where do you live?
I live in Maui at 263 Kambalai Circle in Kahului.
Who do you live with?
My wife Judith.
Mr. Mast, are you related to any person involved in this case?
The the victim in this.
So, Mr. Mast, you use the word complainant.
I apologize. Ariel Worthington is my stepdaughter.
Okay. As of March 24, 2025, who was Ariel married to?
She was married to Gerhardt Konig.
Will you understand if I refer to Gerhardt Konig as the defendant for the rest of my questions?
Yes.
And if you were to see him again, would you recognize him?
Yes.
Okay. If you recognize him in the courtroom, could you point him out and let us know an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting at the table there
Okay.
in front of the monitor, second from the left.
And could you let us know the color of shirt he's wearing?
Black. Blackish, greenish, dark.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has made identification.
Record reflect identification was made.
Okay. Mr. Mast, between yourself and your wife, who would Ariel talk to more about her relationship?
Definitely my wife.
Okay. So where did most of your knowledge about Ariel's relationship come from?
Secondhand through my wife.
Okay. So I want to stay away from what your wife told you.
I understand.
Did you have any direct observations, meaning from yourself, about the relationship between Ariel and the defendant between December 2024 to March 2025?
Yes, to a certain degree. We interacted with them relatively frequently. And I would say that starting sometime in the latter part of December on into the following year, there was a noticeable cooling in their relationship that was observable to both myself and my wife, which was consistent with what we had been led to believe had happened between them.
Okay, and again, we're going to stay away from what you've been told, okay?
Yep.
Okay. What sort of context did you make these observations in? And I'm asking public or private.
Generally, these were private, dinners together, that kind of thing.
So from the outside, from a public view, was there any indication of any strained relationship?
I cannot answer that.
Cause for speculation about others.
Overruled. The answer was done.
Okay. So your answer is you don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't speak to how others observed them. There was limited times where we saw them in, let's say, a somewhat more public environment.
Okay.
One was at a
party at our house in January.
Could you explain what you observed at that party in January?
Yes, this would be probably sometime late January. It was a Christmas get-together with friends, largely of the Konigs, that was at our house. And I will say that even at the time, I observed an instance in the kitchen where the defendant seemed to go out of his way to demonstrate closeness with Ariel by sort of grabbing her, getting her to come close. I thought it was odd. It was out of character, like he was putting on a show that everything was normal, if you will.
Okay.
I apologize.
Sorry. Mr. Master, can you
Yeah.
strike the last part of that answer?
Yes.
Okay. So, and again, let's just keep it to what you actually observed, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move on, Mr. Master, to March 24th, 2025,
Okay.
okay? All right. On March 24th, 2025, at around 11 o'clock a.m., what were you doing?
I was working in my office at home.
Was anybody else home with you that morning?
Yes, my wife, Judy.
Did anybody else come into your home that morning?
Yes, probably 11:30 in the morning. Emil Konig came over to our house.
Who is Emil Konig to you?
Emil Konig is a step-grandson.
All right. And then what room in the house were you in?
I was in my office. Judy was in the living room next door watching TV. I was at my computer working.
Okay. And did you eventually leave your office and go to the living room?
I did.
Okay.
My wife called me in.
Okay. And I'm going to jump ahead in time, Mr. Mast. As a result of what happened that morning with you, your wife, and Emil, where did you and your wife go?
As a result of what we heard, we got a flight and flew from Maui to Oahu. And took the flight here, got in probably about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, went over to Queens Medical Center.
And who did you see at Queens Medical Center?
We went to see Ariel.
Okay. Mr. Master, are you aware of any loan that you and your wife provided to Ariel and Gerhardt Konig?
Yes,
Is that loan still outstanding?
it is not.
Okay. When was that loan paid?
That loan was repaid probably sometime in April of that year.
Okay. And how was it repaid?
In the form of transaction, a electronic transaction.
Okay, and I'm sorry. Who was the person that fulfilled that transaction?
Ariel.
Okay. Mr. Master, thank you. I have no further questions for you today.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mast.
Good afternoon.
So you indicated that from December to March you were around Ariel and Gerhardt a decent amount of times, yes?
Once or twice a week.
Yeah, once or twice a week, and you got to see them interact with one another, right?
Correct.
And when asked about anything odd, there was a party and you were in the kitchen and he pulled her close and seemed to go out of his way to demonstrate closeness. That's what you said, yes?
Correct.
All right. No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect.
Thank you.
Mr. Mass, thank you. You can step down.
All right.
That first step.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordon.
The state's next witness, the state calls Judith Mast. Please raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do so swear.
Please have a seat.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First thing I'm going to ask you to do is if you can pull the microphone as close to you as possible and speak directly into the microphone for the rest of this afternoon, okay?
Okay.
All right. Can you please state your name?
My name is Judith Lynn Mast.
Is it okay if I call you Judy for the rest of my questions?
Please do.
Judy, what do you do for work?
I am retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Where do you live?
I live in Kahului, so it's 263 Kamalei Circle, Kahului, 96732.
And who do you live with?
My husband, Peter Mast.
Judy, are you related to any person involved in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Who are you related to?
Ariel Konig is my daughter.
As of March 24th, 2025, who was Ariel married to?
Gerhardt Konig.
Will you understand if I refer to Gerhardt Konig as the defendant for the rest of my questions?
Yes, sir.
How close were you and Ariel?
We were and continue to be very close.
Without going into any details of what was said, did Ariel discuss her relationship with the defendant with you?
Yes, she did.
Aside, again, from what Ariel may have told you or may have said, did you have any direct observations of the relationship between Ariel and the defendant between December 2024 to March 2025?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you explain what, and again, speaking from your own observations, what you observed?
There was tension, coldness a little bit, and then it started to change. They were going to counseling, and it seemed to ease up a little bit, but initially there was tension.
Okay. Judy, I'm going to ask you about the weeks leading up to March 24th, 2025. So the couple weeks leading up to that date, did you notice any changes in the relationship? And again, from your observation.
Yes.
What did you observe?
It seemed like they were getting along a little better. We were getting Snapchats and things that they were very happy. They looked like happy Snapchats, social media. So it did seem to us at that time that perhaps things were improving.
Okay. When you say at that time, in those couple weeks leading up to March 24th, 2025, was it odd to you to get these Snapchats? Did you think anything of it?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. All right, Judy, I'm going to move forward to March 24, 2025. At around 11 o'clock a.m., what were you doing?
As much as I hate to say, I was listening to an audiobook and crocheting. I'm 65, not 85, I promise.
And was this at your home?
I was at home. I was in my living room crocheting and listening to an audiobook.
Was anybody else home with you that morning?
My husband was there. He was in the next room.
And that morning, did anybody else come into your home?
Yes, as I was sitting there, I heard the front door lock activate. It's an electronic lock, so when you punch in the code, you can hear it. And then, of course, the dog went nuts, and Emil came in with his girlfriend.
Right. Were you able to observe Emil's demeanor when he came into your house that morning?
Yes.
Okay. What were your observations of Emil's demeanor?
He was very upset. He was shaking, crying, very upset.
Okay. Judy, I'm going to jump ahead in time just a little bit. So as a result of what happened when Emil came to your house that morning, did you call or text anyone?
I did.
Who did you call?
First I tried to call and text Ariel, and I got no response. I checked her location, and I texted the defendant.
Okay. We're going to break that up a little bit, Judy.
Mm-hmm.
When you said trying to find her location, was that Ariel's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how do you
Ms. Mass, is that a yes?
That's a yes, I'm sorry.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did you attempt to find Ariel's location?
We share locations we have iPhones and we share our location in the app. So I can pull up her name in chat and see where she is. We've had it for years. And she was on the poly.
Okay. Is that Ariel's location or the phone's location?
The phone's location.
And how often did you use the sharing locations function on your phone?
Oh, quite a bit.
In terms of timing, when did you try and look up Ariel's location on your phone?
From the time that Emil came to visit me, through even when because we came to Oahu pretty quickly thereafter, and even when we were at the hospital, her phone was still on the poly even though Ari was still in the hospital. So I actually gave my phone to the detective to see if they could locate the phone.
Okay. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit, Judy. You mentioned that you texted the defendant. Do you remember what time you texted him?
It was 11:33.
11:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you text the defendant?
Is Ari okay?
When you texted the defendant, is Ari okay? Did he respond saying that Ariel attacked him?
No, sir, he did not.
Did the defendant respond to your text saying Ariel went crazy?
No, he did not.
Ms. Mast, when you asked the defendant through text if your daughter was okay, did the defendant respond at all?
No, he did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Very briefly, good afternoon, Ms. Mass. When Emil got to your house, he was very upset, visibly shaking, correct?
When he came in, yes, he was very upset. He was visibly shaking, yes.
Yes. Very upset, visibly shaking, crying, emotional, distressed, yes?
He didn't start crying and being very emotional until he started to talk to me. But then, yes, he did cry and he was emotional, yes.
At your house, while he was there. So there were times he was very upset, he was shaking, there were times he was crying, he was emotional and distressed while he was at your house, yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Ms. Mass, thank you very much for being here. You can step down.
Thank
Watch
you.
that first step.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Garner?
May we approach?
Yes. Garner.
Your Honor, the state rests.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Mr. Garner rest the state's case in chief. The state doesn't have any other evidence to present at this point in time. Mr. Otake or Mr. Dirks, does the defense wish to present any evidence in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, but scheduling-wise, we
Can we take it
have
tomorrow?
our witnesses scheduled for tomorrow. I know it's a little early.
No, not at all.
But
Can we take up your witnesses tomorrow?
That would be great, because they're not here. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to release you a little bit early. It's been a long day. Thanks for hanging in there. Plan on being here for the full day tomorrow again as well. My same instruction, don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. And do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. Again, a lot of media coverage. You can see that. If it happens to pop up while you're eating dinner, turn off the TV, go to the next room. Don't watch any coverage about this case. All right. Again, your decision must be based on the evidence presented here in court. Yes, thanks for your hard work in this case. We're making headway. We are on, if not slightly ahead of schedule, so that's the good news. When I get a better idea about what the schedule is really going to unfold, I'll let you know. I'll have you come back 9 o'clock tomorrow, and again, plan on being here for the full day. Have a safe drive home tonight. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. All right? Now that the state has rested, Mr. Otake.
Your Honor, we'll just